The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Come on in, brothers and sisters.
The East is where we're from.
Hit the like button. Shalom.
The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Shalom.
With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans.
Hit the like button. Come on.
From Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel.
Blessings.
The North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.
Come on.
The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. Together our wives and children then sold us.
Shalom.
In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans.
Come on, brothers and sisters. Hit the like button.
Gathering in Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans.
That's who we be.
That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians.
Come on.
The Cubans, beef from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians.
Come on.
Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa of the Gathering of Christ Church here with Elder Lawya. I'll bring him in one moment. For our weekly broadcast, podcast, whatever you would like to call this, I thank the Most High for another opportunity to come before you. Of course, I have Blog Talk. I've set that up. We only have about 2 days before Blog Talk is finished. Blog Talk will cease to exist after January 31st. And it doesn't seem like that's the only thing that's ceasing, obviously, as you can see the title. But 2 more days, Blog Talk is done. So I thought I'll just give it a try tonight. We'll see if it works. But I have that on standby on cue, as well as Zoom, just in case Blog Talk doesn't work. How you doing, brothers and sisters? I see some familiar faces in here. Blessings, 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 blessings. Blessings. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, y'all. Come on. Help me out. Help me out. Hit that like button for me. Help me out. Hope you all are prepared. This is going to be an interesting year. Of course, we're preparing for the Passover, which is mid-March. Before that, the Purim. And of course, we have the new calendar coming. The new Hebrew and Bible calendar theme, which will be the 12 tribes of Israel. Hit that like button for me, please. Hit it for me. All right. Got Mississippi in the house. I see you. Cricoletta, all right. Shalom. Well, without any further ado, of course, I have a few announcements I want to make concerning a new installment of our Hebrew and Bible Academy, but I'll deal with that later since we are already behind the time. Okay? Shalom to my brothers and sisters. The 12 tribes of Israel calendar. Yes. Hit the like button. Now, first and foremost, I would like to give praises to the Most High Ahaya in the name of Yeshua for another opportunity to come before you. We have Zoom as well as Blog Talk to interact. Since you all, I know, would like to probably comment or come in and just add to the conversation. Yes, there will be pre-orders for the calendar at gatheringofchrist.org. Okay, we'll talk about that. I'll make those announcements in a moment. But you can get in the Hebrew and Bible Academy now at any time. Just hit history. Just go to historytimes.org to enroll. Hebrew and Bible Academy, which starts February 16th. All right. Jumping right in. You see the topic. You see the title. You all see the title before you. Revelations is here. Boy, so-called Trump didn't waste any time, did he? He isn't wasting any time. We're not even in the second month of this so-called particular year yet. And already things are getting cut, slashed, totally slashed off the books. What does this mean? What does it all mean prophetically? Now, why do I say prophetically? How you doing, Elder Dell? Why do I say prophetically? For some apparent reason. There's some people out there who believe that if you teach the Bible, you're not supposed to talk about politics. How backwards is that? And I'm going to go into the Bible in a moment to prove what I'm saying. I asked AC, one of great brother. He worked behind the scenes with the church, produce clips and do all that for the church. Anything that we need. It can be computer-wise, administrative-wise. He's our tech guy. And I asked AC, I said, AC, I need you to put up some clips that we could put up each day, some of the conversations that I'm having with people who have questions, and just add those to our main A Gathering 144 channel here. Now, one of the clips he currently put up was, does DEI programs benefit black people? I couldn't happen but see or notice one of the comments that said, what's going on? GOCC talks politics now? Interesting. If the Bible prophesies a complete breakdown of society, okay, and it does, should we not chart prophetically what's going on as far as that total downfall of the world? Are we supposed to ignore world powers and politics while teaching the Bible? I'm going to show you how ridiculous that notion is. How ridiculous that is. Why did the Most High destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? Total evil, wickedness, debauchery. The government became corrupt. See? And through that, a judgment. The Most High fell on that society. That's like during crisis time, we're not supposed to speak about Pontius Pilate, who our people gave our Lord and Savior up to a Roman to be judged. Now, I don't know how the Bible charts at different particular chapters what Caesar was in position during the time near Christ. Am I supposed to ignore Augustus Caesar because I read the Bible? When the Bible clearly highlights a time period in which our Lord and Savior was walking the earth, and it charts that time by what Caesar, or political president during our time, we can call it, was in office. Brothers and sisters, it's high time that our people awake out of sleep and realize the Bible is more than some preachy book, some feel-good, emotional book on just how to walk in life. The Bible is everything. It's wisdom, understanding. And in such a time like this, we must chart the end of times. And you can't do that without understanding what's going on politically. So when I seen someone say, well, DEI, what do that got to do with us? I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you are here. Okay. In a nutshell, for those in the academy or was in last week's academy, I'll break it down like this. For years, they have deceived our people, and our people who are the children of Israel, and made us believe that governments of the earth are here to help us. They've always undermined our people. And that's written in the scriptures what they would do against the children of Israel. Like, for instance, we are the cursed people of the Bible. Our forefathers sinned against our God. We began to break God's law contained in the Torah. through this, that same God said, if Israel, if you don't follow me, I will put you under all nations under the earth, and you will serve them for a particular time. Right? So you can identify the children of Israel by the curses contained in the book. Right? But what happens if everybody, even your oppressors, even the people who have oppressed you, are seen as victims before the world? And they begin to muddy the waters concerning the true people of the curse. See? Then people would actually get confused concerning who are those people in the Bible that were cursed, used, and abused by everyone? Well, you can't do that if gays are seen as victims in our society now, lumped in with us. See? You can't do that if there's white women who was a part of the families that oppressed us in the past are now seen as victims. See? You can't do that if under some guise of minority. So when we bring out these things, it's to do what? It's to actually create serious, detailed, defined lines. So to what? To clear up all confusion, so that no one can try to mix themselves in with us. No one have suffered like us, and guess what? No one will be blessed like us for overcoming. So when we go into DEI and go to all these others, it's to clear up inconsistencies and the confusion Satan have created on this earth, to make everyone victims while they are attacking the people of the curse. See? You follow me here. Right? How can we not talk politics and legislation when it's politics and legislation, according to the Bible, that brings forth a monetary system called the mark of the beast? A cashless society is spoken of in the book of Revelation. Well, obviously, the governments of the earth must write this legislation into law. So when we chart these things politically, we're showing the world, not just our people, how close our Lord and Savior, how close he is to returning. And folks, we're close. We're not even past so-called January yet. And look what's going on. So if you want to know what's going on geopolitically and get it cleared up according to the Bible, this is the place to be. Because there's nothing going on in the earth the Bible doesn't cover. Zero. Now we're in a complete breakdown of society. And so many people would like to ignore it. Why? Because really the world isn't prepared for what's coming. That's why they'd rather us not talk about it. So not only do we break down what's going on in the earth, we also break down what to do to get through it. And you cannot do that by ignoring politics. How you doing, Elder Lawya? Shalom, sir. Can you cut on your mic?
Salakia, can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you, Elder Lawya?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I am blessed by the best. Good to see you. We just went through another Hebrew and Bible Academy. Thank you for all you do. Right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Lord have mercy. I mean, where do I start? Where do I start? Let's start here. Let's start here. Where do I start? Matter of fact, let me pull up so everyone can hear it. Let's start here. Fair use. Fair use for educational purposes. Fair use. Let's start here. We're not even out of January yet. And look what's going on. This was a report as of yesterday. Fair use.
And developing right now as well, the White House has ordered a freeze of several federal aid programs, including federal grants and loans, which could impact millions of Americans. According to a memo sent by the White House, the freeze on federal assistance is slated to take effect at 5 p.m. That memo specifies that the pause is not going to affect Social Security or Medicare benefits, nor does it include assistance provided directly to individuals. And President Trump has signed a flurry of new executive orders ushering in big changes for the U.S. military. He is also reporting some progress in finding a new buyer for the social media app TikTok, with growing concerns about U.S. tech dominance. Doug Luzader has more this morning from Washington.
President Trump is back at the White House now after attending a strategy session with Republican lawmakers, but he is still making change after change on his own. President Trump quietly returned to the White House last night without taking questions. But the day he spent in Florida and on Air Force One will lay the groundwork for big changes at the Pentagon.
We're in capable hands. The warfighters are ready to go.
That's where his newly confirmed Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, arrived yesterday.
And today, there are more executive orders coming that we fully support on removing DEI inside the Pentagon, reinstating troops who were pushed out because of COVID mandates, Iron Dome for America. This is happening quickly.
Very quickly, and it includes a review of how the military will address the issue of transgender service members.
Fair use.
At the same time, Trump is watching the markets, which were roiled yesterday after new developments for the Chinese artificial intelligence startup DeepSeek. It caused some U.S. stocks to plummet.
Fair use.
Trump, though, sees a bright side.
I think it could be good because if it comes in cheaper, that's going to benefit us too. So it's a technology, and if it comes in cheaper, I think it could affect us too, positively.
And still hanging in the balance, the future of Chinese-owned social media giant TikTok, with the looming threat of a U.S. ban.
Now, I don't even have to go through this whole video right here, right? But just touching in on this, it seems like Trump is up and running. Executive order, he could even wait till the next day to begin to sign all these orders that I've showed you last week. Now it's about cutting all of this federal money, right? Now check out some of this federal money will actually go towards what? Usually that goes towards helping the poor to some degree. It's coming. We told you it was coming. Now, Elder Lawya, why is it that they talking about TikTok and social media at the same time they're talking about cutting these programs? Right? Well, the reason why is because they used social media as a way of distracting people, as well as keeping the world busy, not realizing what's to come. They need something in place. It's like dangling a carrot before people to have you believe the illusion that life will go back to how it was when it's over already. So they must keep that social media out there. As long as there's social media, there's people out there who could think, well, okay, I see other people doing good. I see other people, entrepreneurs and doing business and have these irons in the fire. Maybe there's hope for me. Instead of dealing with our current existence in preparation for what's to come, they have the world doing what? They have the world holding still while they plan on how to get rid of everyone. Here's the reality. The Bible states Babylon the Great is fallen. It's fallen. It doesn't fall all at once. See? It's incremental. So it's upon the watchman to give you insight to where it is, because guess what? As soon as they get things to where they want it to be, as far as have all the military and everything in place to handle the backlash they would get from the population, as soon as they have their military apparatus in place all together, that's when they're going to shut all social media down. So anyone living in delusion or can deal with convenient distractions through Facebook, be it Instagram, be it TikTok, are going to have to deal with the reality of the world they live in. And the reality is, what you got and where you are is all you'll have until Christ returns. The jobs, gone. The hopes and aspiration for getting jobs, gone. All the degrees and all of the education means absolutely nothing, because guess what? No one is going to hire you. Evictions. And then debt prisons, to have to pay the debt you owe for your schooling. Why do you think out of all the debts, the government will never forgive school loans? They have every intention on you working off your debt. In order to do this, they must roll all the money back that we've come accustomed to trusting upon. They must roll it all back. They're about to swing the pen. I'm going to tell you what they're going to do. And whether people want to hear it or not, this is what they're going to do. They're going to make all federal programs work programs. No more just giving people money strictly based on their income or lack of. You want government assistance? You must work for it. Minimum of what they require. And then they're swinging the pendulum. Let me tell you now where it's going. They're going to swing the pendulum. They're off the men because the men have figured things out. The men aren't going to get themselves in position anymore to be trapped. I'm hearing it and I'm seeing it, and I've been telling people this for years. Men is like, well, you know what? I'm not agreeing with a bad deal anymore. I can see what's going on with my family, my brothers, the people around me, and the juice isn't worth the squeeze. And men see what's going on, but they're silent. So that now, under Trump, they're going to swing the pendulum the other way. Listen to what I'm saying on this date, this so-called January the 29th. Mark this down. Make sure you have this timestamp and play it when it happens. They're going to make paternity test mandatory before someone signs a birth certificate. And then I'm going to tell you what they're about to do. They pressed on the men until the men started saying, well, okay, how do I survive? I mean, that's what you do. It's the survival of the fittest. When society starts going a certain type of way, people begin to adjust. So when they see men are maneuvering around these traps the government have set up to destroy them inadvertently through other people. They were like, okay, let's not press on the men. We'll deal with them later. Let's now press on the women. And the women will press on everyone else for us. Because there's a lot we've been letting women get away with. And they know they've been getting away with it. So, you know what? It's time to slide over there and now charge them and blame them for the same things we've been letting them get away with for decades. That's what the government is about to do. Why? Well, that pressure leads to what? Obedient servants. It's about to happen. And the overall spirit of what the Most High is doing in the earth is forcing people back to what? To what worked since Adam and Eve. That's what it's coming down to. I'm going to tell you, pride is taken from Babylon. The Bible tells you about that pride of Babylon. Well, before the end, the pride will be taken. And people will actually be humbled and have to deal with the reality of who they are when they look in the mirror. And whether or not they're fit for the God they claim to believe in. Why do you think all these orders, this guy is signing all these orders? He's swinging a pendulum the other way. Now, listen to what I'm going to tell you before I go through these videos. Oh, y'all doing a great job. Elder Lawya, we up 2,300 already. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Great job. Great.
Praise the Most
High. I really appreciate you all. Because everyone needs to hear what we got to say right now. Where will things go next? Thank y'all. I really appreciate it. Where will things go next? Let me show you. Now, right now, there's so many people suffering. And pride won't allow them. Their pride won't allow them to accept their current circumstances. Social media won't allow them to say, well, okay, the escape of social media gives them that escape, but the reality of the life is grim. Let me tell you this. Matter of fact, I can show you better than I can tell you, because it didn't just stop with Trump slashing the federal aid and grants, right? Now, they made a temporary stay on some of the programs until Monday. Until next Monday. But folks, it isn't just America. Fair use. Check out what they're doing. And the Bible calls this in the book of Daniel the beginning of desolations. Right? Look at this here. Fair use. Not just America.
U.S.-funded aid programs around the world have begun firing staff and shutting down as the Trump administration's freeze on foreign assistance brings their work to a sudden halt. The Trump administration says it ordered the foreign aid pause to give it time to decide which of the thousands of humanitarian, development, and security programs will keep getting money from the U.S. In the meantime, U.S. officials ordered the programs to stop spending immediately. Only emergency food programs and military aid to allies Israel and Egypt are exempt. The United States is the world's largest source of foreign assistance.
Now here, listen to what I'm saying. He slashed foreign aid, and very few people are talking about this. To all the foreign countries outside of Israel and Egypt. Right? Now, remember when Kamala and others and Biden was threatening Africa for not accepting LGBTQ policy last year? That was the Democrats. But the money, the foreign aid to these other countries are being slashed by the Republicans. So they are seeking to cut the money that's going to Africa, the children of Israel there. Very few people know about this. The beginning of desolations. Right? Tightening the vice every place the children of Israel resides. Right? Now there's something else. The Hunger Games. Exactly. So when people think about the end of the world and the fall of society, you have the majority of people, Elder, who are programmed to believe that it goes down like a movie. All of a sudden, it's all over and some apocalyptic moment without realizing that usually it's happening right up under the people. Right?
Right.
Like, for instance, the end of the world is when you're at the end. See? What do I mean by that? Christ told us about the troubles and desolations, right? To come. And those who fall victim or prey to the serpent, that's the end of days for them. Like, for instance, there was many people who were perfectly healthy during the pandemic. And listen to what they said to do to stay alive. And it became the end of days for them. Their time was cut off by making that choice. See? See how it works? If you're deceived, you can easily be cut off from the land of the living. And it's the end of time for you. See how it works? Hit the like button. So check this out, Elder. Right? Now, what's going on? And thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder Rawchaa, for sending me this video. There's a few more things I want to deal with Trump in a moment, as far as a lot of what he's signing into legislation without anyone understanding. Folks, I can't play the whole 19 minutes. I put up a clip the other night. Does DEI benefit black people, right? It was really a rhetorical, question, right? It was really, it answers itself. The answer, DEI was never for us. It was to undermine us. But what? You must be all things to all people, all men, to gain a few, folks. So when I put a title out there for people to come into a video, it's not just for those who can see and believe like us. There's many people out there searching for a direction now that the government is pulling everything from up under them, who depended on DEI and need some direction on what to do going forward, because some of these people can't see going forward without government assistance. So when I put these titles out there, they're intentional. Because I know people are searching for, okay, if I can't depend on the government doing what they were doing, then what next? So I put that title out there so they can click on it and understand what DEI really is. And what God say we must do in the midst of Babylon falling. Are you following me here? Now, I'm going to quantify it all for you in a moment. Man, it's about to get deep, Elder Lawyer. Thank you, Shapat, for sending me this. Really appreciate you, my brother. And the news was off the chain. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask AC if he can cut a few clips from what we talked about. In the Hebrew Bible Academy, the news. It was off the chains, folks, last Sunday. Let me see, update, there it is. This one here, in case I have to make some phone calls or whatever the case is. All right. Check this out, folks. And thanks again, Shapat, for sending this to me. What is it titled? Continues as white woman in tears after getting fired, DEI. Fair use.
Well, not how I wanted to start my 2025. I was just laid off. This is actually the first time I've ever been laid off, so I don't really know what to even do or how to process anything. I just dropped off my laptop. It sucks the most because I seriously was only at this company for 2 months. I literally got this job in October and loved every single second of it. Unfortunately, the company was acquired and a lot of us were let go. Nothing you can do about it, but it definitely sucks. I have no idea what I want to do. I don't know if I want to even keep working for a company or what. I got my real estate.
Now you see what TikTok is right now for people? See? Are y'all seeing this? TikTok has become the psychiatrist couch. Okay.
Right.
A way to air out what you're dealing with so that people in the chat or people in the comments can sympathize with you or can say, I know what you're going through. It's going to be all right. Right? So TikTok has become the psychiatrist couch. People used to lay on the couch and just talk to a person to air out, when there was trauma, not understanding what direction to go into, losing a job, trouble with the family, marriage on the rocks. Now they go to TikTok. Right? She don't understand what's going on here. Right? How is it me? Out of nowhere. Okay? Out of nowhere. How did I get laid off? Huh? Let's finish. Check it out now. Now, because why am I going here? How is she included under a diversity program that came out of civil rights? That's crazy, ain't it? But I digress, because they're in trouble too. I'm going to show you the plan they got. It's going to blow you away when you see the plan they have. For all of these modern people who made themselves into idols. See, for the world Satan is planning for his reset, folks, he could not use any of those. The people who have now been absorbed in, I'm talking about Satan's program. He can't use any of the people that have been absorbed into the Babylonian mindset for what's to come, because people are too proud. Even Satan can't use them. So he has another plan, right? With a whole lot of children to begin a whole nother civilization while pulling the plug on America. Listen to what I'm saying. That's their plan. They can't have, even Satan, he can't have entitled people. He can't have people who don't want to work. He's going to need new servants to build a new society they're planning. And I'm going to show you what that is, even though the Most High is going to put a foot on that worm and those who are helping him. But that's their plan, folks. Step by step, I'm going to tell you tonight. I'm going to tell you tonight what really happened with the money they claim went to Ukraine. You're going to learn tonight why they're cutting all the federal programs and all of that. They're pulling all the finances from under Americans intentionally. Okay? You make them weak before engaging them. See? No money, no mischief. See how it works? So she had it going on, and what happened?
State license back in early October. I'm like, maybe I should just pursue that. But I also really liked the idea of having like a stable income with a job. I'm also getting married this year and have lots of expenses. So yeah, I still know it's going to be a great year. Like, I'm truly trying to be positive. I know everything happens for a reason, but yeah, I guess we'll see.
But I'll tell you what, though, Elder Lawya, she's smart enough to have a fallback plan. I'm getting married later this year.
Right, exactly.
Right? Let me tell you, they'll talk about woman empowerment and all this crap. They'll convince us they'll talk all that crap to us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But you see, she got a life raft. Well, I'm getting married later on this year. So she's smart enough to understand that she have to be hooked to someone with the Titanic going down. All right? And we all seen the Titanic. We know who let go of the last piece of wood. She's going to survive. Okay? Oh, let's go.
We'll see what happens.
I just got a call from my work and they let me know that I was getting laid off today. And so I was laid off from work today. And it's a lot. Like, you know, there's the fires going on in LA. My birthday just happened a few days ago. I thought this was going to be my year. And I just got laid off. I've been at this company for over 6 years. And, you know, I don't even know what to do. Obviously, I have to file for unemployment.
Okay. Well, sister, I'm sorry this happened to you. Okay. Let me show you where your job went real quick, because I know you want it back. I know you want it back. I don't need to be facetious here. Right? But, you know, it would be amiss. I would be amiss if I didn't let you know, young lady, and I'm going to get back to you in a moment, where your job went. Okay? We handled this last Sunday in the Academy. Thank you, Elder Rawchaa, for this. Trump announces what? $100 billion AI initiative. OpenAI, Oracle, SoftBank formed a new joint venture called Stargate to invest in data centers, building on major U.S. investments in technology. So guess what? A lot of these office jobs, they'll no longer need people. AI can do in seconds what 1,000 people can do in hours. Okay? So they just didn't give you the memo yet. All right? Boy, that's cold-blooded how they did that. They made everyone believe that The future was secure. Don't worry about nothing. You know what I mean? You can have your own. Okay. Okay, and we're going to check out what independence look like right here. Okay, here goes some independence for you.
I'm just like in shock. But here's the biggest thing. A few months ago, I filed a sexual assault investigation at work because something happened.
Fair use.
And around like December, they finally finished the investigation. And they really didn't do anything. And, you know, a month later, here I am getting let go. And I just feel like this seems very fishy. And I don't...
Whatever you do, don't lower your standards now. Okay? Don't lower your standards. All right? You're going to have to find Christ. All right? That's the standard. All right? Get down on your knees, ask the Most High for direction. Christ, help me. All right? I was being a little tongue-in-cheek there when I said, don't lower your standards. Boy, let me tell you, time has a way of humbling the world. Right? Here it comes.
Know too much about the law, but if there's any like lawyers on here, and if somebody can help me, if I have a case here, let me know. But yeah, I don't know what to do.
The fact that a lot of white women thought that DEI meant minority.
Come on, girl, what's going on here? But thank you, Shapat. Lord. No way would I have my daughter going out like this. Okay, you got to get it together, young lady.
Or black people, that it didn't include them is the funniest thing to me. Because white women are DEI hires majority of the time. They benefit from DEI initiatives. So the fact that you would vote against your own interests and then get upset that this is happening to you is just like hilarious to me. What do you mean you didn't realize that you were the diversity hire? Like you're a woman and you think that you have an equal playing field in this game as a white man? The fact that we have this program set in place stops companies from discriminating against you based off your gender. So I just don't understand why you would think that, oh my God, I'm in the same playing field as a white man, because you never will be. You actively voted against your rights to appease white men, and you're going to pay the consequences for that. DEI does not just mean black people. As a white woman,
Hey, Lawyer, when were they going to give us this memo? They made us believe the whole time DEI had something to do with us.
Right, we would have posted y'all for it.
Yeah, every time I see DEI or some program, right, they got black people in the front of it on the posters.
Right.
I mean, when were they going to get us? When were they going to, invite us to this party and understand what this is?
Right.
Now, in a nutshell, let me tell you what's going on. There was never supposed to be DEI. Right? In a nutshell, I'm going to quantify this a couple of seconds before I go back to the video. This was some Obama crap, okay? 2,900 people, thank you. Please hit the like button as you come in. There was never supposed to have been DEI. When you go to the book of Deuteronomy 28, it talks about some people coming over in slave ships. Deuteronomy 28 and 68. When you go into the book of Hosea, it says those same people where it was told to them, ye are not my people, there it shall be said that you are the children, you are the sons and daughters of the living God. That they would realize, our people would realize that we're the chosen in the same land we were sold. We were sold under. Now, when our people started realizing who we were, because they would try to make people believe that people just started figuring this out when the internet came, which is a lie. When we started figuring this out, we started looking over there And we was looking at what the Jews were getting for what happened to them over in Germany. Well, hold up. If they can get this being converts, what are we supposed to be getting as the true people according to the Bible? So that's what Jews get? Right? So we started waking up. So they had to begin to muddy the waters. First of all, there was not supposed to be any DEI programs. There were white women who had slaves. There were Jewish people who had slaves. There were other people. We were the people who were oppressed in America's Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
And a matter of fact, because of this, when they got rid of slavery, Deuteronomy 28:68, right? In the late to mid 1800s, they drafted the 13th Amendment to free the slaves. Well, what are you going to do about people who aren't considered people? Well, the 14th Amendment would make these same people what? Citizens, birth citizens. And that's where you get the whole birth citizenry from in America. That was only supposed to be applied to those who were enslaved in America. It wasn't supposed to be a situation where someone can come over here and have a child and that child become a birth citizen. Unless one of the parents were from chattel slavery. Y'all see that? So they undermined our people and started adding all of these others to actually undermine us from other places, so to slow up the prophecy of Israel coming together. They said we're going to cobble together a whole group of misfits and say that they're minorities just to leverage politically against the awakening, against the children of Israel who are waking up. And we'll take all of the civil rights money that came through that struggle and we'll finance mercenaries against them. White women, black women who takes in the spirit of feminism, gays, right? Trans, whatever. We're going to throw everything in one big bubble, and that's where all the money will go, so to slow Judah up from ever understanding his power coming together at the very end. So, but guess what? We persevered through it. Because this is what I noticed, Elder Lawyer. Where's the DEI benefit for straight black men?
Exactly.
Here it is. It's through our struggle. Our families who believed in God, and we weren't dealing with those different type of lifestyles. We came out of the church. And here it is, the people who believe in God in the Bible, who fought for injustices, we're not even included. And we're not included in none of the benefits our forefathers died for. That means a gay person can come from another country and automatically get first day more than us. It doesn't matter his race. So Trump, but this is what you do though. So Trump understand what he's doing. Know what he's doing? He's blowing all of that up intentionally. See, that's what you do. DEI is a social bomb. Anything they want to dissolve, they'll just add DEI to it and it'll get destroyed. Let me add DEI under Obama to marriage. Are people getting married anymore? See? When we start accepting anything except what God said marriage was, marriage was dissolved. Oh, people are getting educated, and through their education, they're reading the Bible and coming to the knowledge of the truth. So let's put DEI in the schools and have trans woman story hour for the children. You put them in the schools, now schools have been dissolved. Do you see how they use it? Let me put it in the workplace now, where no one is comfortable because there's a bunch of victims who got a job based on victimhood. So ain't no work really getting done. You're only there because you're a victim. But they put you there so that now no work is getting done. And now, guess what? The bosses are saying you are destroying the bottom line. You gotta go. I don't need you here strictly because you were part of a group, but they did that purposely so they can dissolve the offices now. If there are discrimination charges and people are victims, you know how many lawsuits that are against businesses that can't run because somebody said they were touched and all this other now? Women claiming that they've been sexually assaulted or someone said the wrong thing to them. So now the workplace is untenable. But they did that. They did that so that now that they have an excuse to say, you know what? I can't deal with these lawsuits with all these DEI people. Let's dissolve it all together. Knowing that they was going to go to AI the whole time. So they use DEI and LGBTQ to blow up anything they're seeking to destroy. And our people was simple enough to go along with it. See? 3,000, boy. Y'all, Lord have mercy. Thank you. We're at 3,000 now. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Now, let's talk about it now. Let's talk about it. Right? So now people are scrambling. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do because old Trump, February isn't even here yet. Old Trump said what?
And developing right now as well, the White House has ordered a freeze of several federal aid programs, including federal grants and loans, which could impact millions of Americans. According to a memo sent by the White House, the freeze on federal assistance is slated to take effect at 5 p.m. That memo specifies that the pause is not going to affect Social Security or Medicare benefits, nor does it include assistance provided directly.
So he already started cutting things, but he's holding back on some assistance right now that our people have come accustomed to depending on, right? Now check this out. Elder Lawya. Fair use, y'all doing a great job. Man, we could probably get it to 4,000 tonight the way y'all doing it. Thank you all for hitting the like button, but hey, check out where this thing is going. I need y'all to check out where this is going, folks. Right? They're cutting aid, foreign aid, from Africa or the African countries. They're slashing all the foreign aid outside of what? Outside of the money going to Egypt and Israel. Right? Now check this out. Fair use.
The deadline for Trump's funding freeze was set to take effect at 5 p.m., and it could have impacted several crucial agencies and organizations that rely on government funding.
Fox 8's Sharon Crowley has been following all the developments and joins us now to break down what this all means, Sharon.
Yeah, that's right, Natasha and Bianca. A federal judge has temporarily blocked a Trump administration freeze on federal grants and loans that could total trillions of dollars. U.S. District Judge taking action minutes before it was set to go into effect tonight. The administrative stay is paused paused the freeze until Monday. Now, the White House had planned to start the pause as they begin a review of all federal spending. The plan sparked confusion and panic among organizations that rely on Washington for their financial lifeline. Administration officials have said federal assistance to individuals would not be affected, including Social Security, Medicare, food stamps, student loans, and scholarships.
This is not. So they're keeping all those things temporarily in place, Elder Lawya. Some of the programs we've come accustomed to depending on, right? Social Security, food stamps, all that. They're keeping that. But all that DEI and all that stuff, folks, let me tell you, folks, I'm going to show y'all why they're able to cut these programs. Right? Real quick. And I don't know if anybody knew this. Here's what nonprofits programs became. And they were allowed to do this right up under our noses without any pushback. See? Do y'all know this is a nonprofit right here? What are we seeing here? Now, these are the things Trump is cutting. Donate here. Storyteller spotlights, bookings. What is this? What is a drag story hour?
All right, folks, here we go. A romaine and kale salad with avocado, cucumber, shishito peppers, and 4 kinds of cheese. Sprinkled in balsamic straight from Italy.
Wow. In my day, salads only had 2 ingredients. A rock-hard wedge of iceberg lettuce, and a stinky old dried-up tomato.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to eat fast. Alex is stopping by in a few minutes to work on a robotics project.
Alex? Is that the girl with that weird dog? Or the boy with the hat with the wings that flap?
No, Uncle Jay. This is Alex.
Oh, okay. I remember. A very nice young... Come to think of it, well, is Alex a boy or a girl?
Actually, Alex doesn't define themselves as boy or girl.
What?
You see that? Now, we used to hold hands and pray around the table to our God in Christ. I remember these moments were bonding moments for family. Now, you see they got a black family not talking about God, Christ, and how to stay together, educating grandpa on diversity. Right? You see how this intentional? They'll use some of the settings that bonded our people together and totally destroy it. They did this right up under our noses without any of our people standing up and saying, you know what? Nah, you're not going to use this for the poster boy, the poster children for your madness.
Right.
And a lot of people don't know, Elder. They don't even know that this is a non-profit where a lot of money that should go to our people who suffered in chattel slavery. Guess what, folks? A lot of non-profit money is going right here. See, this is educating your children. I mean, don't you want to learn more about having a drag story hour for your children? Well, guess what? A lot of non-profit money was thrown into this. See how it goes? Ready to share the joy of expression? And look at the colors there. The colors just draw children in, don't they? You ready to share the joy of expression? See that joy? Look at that there. Non-profit money, federal money going to this. See, but this is what it is. Who wouldn't agree with taking money from this? We all would, right? But guess what? Like I told you, they use diversity to blow everything up. Because when they take money from this, they're going to also take money from what they should have given us for being the what? Being the true victims under slavery in America.
Exactly.
That's how they take it away from everyone. By blowing it up, by attaching this to what our people died for. You see what happens when you forget God? We don't use God as a moral compass for anything. When you allow others to come in and claim victim when really They're predators. It undermines and destroys everything altogether. And that's what's giving Trump the green light to do everything he's doing. He's taking the money away from everybody now. Everyone must stand on their own. So, because of that, what's going on? Let me show this real quick. And there's a few things I'm going to show where it's going here. Right? I showed this a few months ago, Elder Lawyer. Reality is kicking in.
So I live out of my car. I've been living out of my car since 2022. And on the morning of July 5th, everything was stolen out of my car.
Hey guys, this is me, day 437, living in the car with my dog. At this point, I'm thinking nothing's ever gonna get better. How am I gonna get out of this situation? Millie was the only thing that kept me going for a long time, but it wasn't until I started making videos like this and connecting with you guys that I was finally able to not only get an apartment for me and Millie, but I was able to get a P.O. box so you guys can send us anything that you want, including mail or...
What's going on now? See what's going on? See what's going on? People are living in their cars, using the gym to wash up, but enough to do their makeup in hopes of doing what? Throwing some bait in the water to catch a man to take care of him. See? As long as you have social media, there's a chance for a hookup or a meal to get you through. Folks, we're dealing with the reality of what Babylon is truly. And now when they after taking these programs away, why did they keep TikTok out there? TikTok is the lifeline for some of these people to survive through all of this. They knew that they're going to take all the money away, and now women must use what they have to survive. Especially when the government is seeking to pull back what they have given women. This ain't no black woman thing. This ain't no white woman thing. This is an American Babylonian thing. It's about to get real out there.
So I'm officially homeless, and I want to show you what it's like traveling around Australia.
Okay, y'all see it. Come with me to Krispy Kreme to get ready for work because I've been living in my car since a minute. But yeah, just come with me. Hi, I'm doing good. I don't want to be a bother, but I was just wondering, can I use your bathroom to get dressed for work, please? Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure so you don't think I'm like doing nothing like weird. Thank you.
Now, I'm going to show you where it's going, Elder. Show you where it's going now. Hold up now. Fair use. Check out where it's going.
Not a blanket pause on federal assistance and grant programs from the Trump administration. Individual assistance, that includes, I'm not naming everything that's included, but just to give you a few examples, Social Security benefits, Medicare benefits, food stamps, welfare benefits.
And I'm going to tell you this. Yes, they have cars, but folks, hey, I know how it is. Hey, they better be used cars, or you need to learn how to dodge the po-po man, the possession guy, the repossess. Believe me, there's a whole other video on the women who were living in their car where their cars were repossessed.
Assistance that is going directly to individuals will not be impacted by this.
And guess what? You know what? I'm going to tell you this right now. There's no fun reporting this or talking about this. When are we going to wake up to the reality that America or this world isn't going to get better? Things only will go downhill from here. So it really leaves people few options outside of doing what? Repenting, and doing some serious thinking. Some serious inward thinking on what direction I go, knowing that this thing isn't going to get better. Check it out.
Pause. And I want to make that very clear to any Americans who are watching at home who may be a little bit confused about some of the media reporting. This administration, if you are receiving individual assistance from the federal government, you will still continue to receive that.
Well, New York and New Jersey joining other attorneys general in a lawsuit to stop the pausing of federal funding. Lawmakers say the money has already been appropriated by Congress, and therefore this move by President Trump is illegal.
This policy is reckless, dangerous, illegal, and unconstitutional.
Another DEI hire right here.
Constitutional.
The president in this country is powerful. He is not a king. He does not get to wake up in the morning or after an afternoon nap and direct his entire government to stop funding critical services that Congress has duly authorized and appropriated, that millions and millions of Americans, Republicans, Democrats, independents, children, adults, seniors, depend on for life-saving care.
Well, the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said the administration was trying to, quote, be good stewards of public money. She denied that President Trump was deliberately challenging Congress to establish his dominance over the federal budget. Natasha?
All right, Sharon, thank you.
Now, check it out, Lawya. Right? Now, they paused this until Monday. Right? They paused everything until Monday. Now, check this out. What's not being said? What's not being said is that this is an indirect hit to his sworn enemies who was trying to get him arrested. He understands that a lot of these politicians have their money tied up into nonprofits.
Exactly.
Right? So he's saying, I'm gonna cut you off the way you tried to cut me off. Let me tell you, the Clintons have foundations, the Obamas have foundations. These are all nonprofit foundations. See? And they were able to get it under the guise of DEI, or before that, affirmative action, which have nothing to do with DEI, y'all. And they were able to create all these programs that should have benefited our people, to siphon all of their corporate money through, allegedly. So what he's doing is he's trying to cut that off, because that's been their life source. Coming under the guise of philanthropy or helping people, when really it was really a get rich scheme for politicians, retirement plans for politicians in the billions. Now, another thing that's not being said. See, this is political warfare going on between them. Right? And of course, the citizens of America catches the shrapnel. Right? Another thing, Elder Lawya, he's not saying. Well, there's another video on this, that they found out, or they allege, that a lot of money that they claim was going to Ukraine was actually paying a lot of these politicians for the retirement plan, knowing that they would never get in office again, and knowing they're about to pull the plug eventually on America altogether. So they used all of these programs to say $1 billion go to Ukraine, $1 billion go there, because it was their retirement plan for when America no longer exists as a corporation. Planning money. Right? For a rainy day. Right? So what rainy day? What rainy day? Huh? Check this out. The Obamas. Out of nowhere, in 2023, they came out with a movie. They went to Hollywood. President Obama's, let me get it here. President Obama's involvement in Leave the World Behind explained. Leave the world behind. And what was Leave the World Behind about? A Netflix blockbuster showing the beginning of the complete breakdown of society, where GPS doesn't work, where no longer automation for cars and planes cease to work, power plants are destroyed, and now Americans are on their own. Huh? Leave the world behind. The first days of the end of America. Leave the World Behind, Netflix's newest disaster thriller taking viewers by storm, is currently the #1 film. Great movie, but boy, are they dropping it. You see old Jake, he got it going on. He finally got it going on and have caught up and really is operating beyond those who've enslaved him. They're renting his house. And you know what? They would rather pull the plug than to have Jake surpass Esau in Esau's kingdom. Folks, they were dropping so much in this movie. Here it is. His family came over on the slave ships. They couldn't believe it was his house. They renting his house. How does that happen? See? How does that happen? And guess what? Now it's like this, right? Now Jake then caught up and have surpassed those who have enslaved him. They're like, okay, let's pull the plug on this joint. America is done because we cannot stop Jake from excelling. We must now wage financial war and bio war and any other war against the children of Jacob. Right? Right? That was my view on that. So Obama started telling people about, in his films, the end of the world. Now, you think he's going to make a film like this and not have some plans? Right? Elder Lawya, now check this out. So while they're taking all the money from the people, leaving them with nothing, dependent on government, and what they're going to do is they're going to make people debt slaves. You're going to have people selling plasma to survive. They're going to be selling blood to survive. They're going to be selling their bodies to survive. And not just women, men are going to be selling their bodies too, if they aren't doing it already. While the politicians cite they had 4 years. They didn't have weekend with Bernie's. They had 4 years of Bernie. They needed somebody that was absent from the office so that they can siphon as much money as they could out of a sinking ship. And they did it up to the last moment. And look at what we have here, Elder. Right? Look at what we have here. Fair use. It's only 1 minute and 36 seconds. What have the rich prepared themselves with?
In a world where uncertainty looms, a US-based company has unveiled the ultimate sanctuary for the ultra-rich, a $300 million doomsday bunker complex. Introducing the Airy project, a fortified sanctuary designed to protect its elite residents from the most severe threats, including nuclear fallout and electromagnetic pulses. The Airy project is meticulously crafted to ensure both functionality and aesthetic appeal. Every detail has been considered to provide the utmost in security and luxury. Airy's impenetrable residences include skiff-compliant environments for ultimate privacy and security. Each facility features AI-powered medical suites, gourmet dining, wellness programs, and lavish living spaces. From indoor swimming pools to bowling alleys, Aerie blends protection with luxury. She added, we offer different membership tiers, with the top tier, Asylum membership, being invite-only. Residences range from 2,000 square foot suites to multi-level underground penthouses over 20,000 square feet. Each residence includes multi-layer biometric authentication and impenetrable tactical man-traps. With blast-resistant walls, ballistic glass, and advanced defenses, Aerie ensures members can travel confidently, knowing they're protected no matter where they are. As the first location opens in Virginia next year, Aerie sets a new standard for luxury and security.
Next year, folks. Next year, it opens. Elder Lawyer. Now, the Bible tell you that when Christ returns, he's going to be dragging them out of the rocks, right? Now, check this out. Starting price, invite only. The starting price for the, I would say, the menial accommodations, Elder Lawyer, is $30 million. Right? The invite only at a starting price of $30 million. Now, why would they have a $300 million facility there in case of emergencies if they weren't going to be behind some of the emergencies? Probably, right? I'm just putting it out there, right? So they must know what's coming, right? 30 million. So all these billions we thought was going to Ukraine and all that, well, there's an investigation going on because they have a feeling that these people who brought the asylum seekers in and all that, that they know that they understood that it was political suicide, and they don't care if they get voted in after this. Because they're getting their money, they were getting their money on the front end by pulling the plug on Babylon. That's why the Chicago mayor didn't care. That's why all of them, they don't really care. Because guess what? Allegedly, and Trump is looking, I'm going to say Trump administration is looking into this, are investigating how much of the money of that migrant money went to pay off politicians for their retirement plans. So this federal freezing, folks, isn't just what they're saying, right? And of course, they got a lot of money going on, but he's trying to freeze things to see where the money went for the last 4 years. That's going to get interesting. Okay? But by freezing things, it's going to slow the economy up, and usually the poor suffers the worst. So what are we going to do? I'm going to go there in a moment. Now, and then of course, they realize, well, okay, there's a lot of Americans and people that are used to not working at all or working little, desk jobs and all that. So they need to be able to do what? Train a new service class to accept the next reality. Right? And while they have you looking into, well, my benefits are being cut, looky here. And Elder Lawyer, I believe this story that I'm about to show right here should have been plastered mainstream news above anything they're reporting right now. Right? Because if you're going to build a new society after pulling the plug on the people who live in America, you must have a new service class to raise up under the new society. Right? Obedient slaves. Right? Well, check this out. Why wasn't this on the front pages of every newspaper? And the front line of every news circulation. And I'm speaking of CNN, MSNBC, and all these. Why they look at this. While they're telling you about the federal funds that are being cut, right? Look at what they found.
Now, the second wave that Tom Homan, the borders are for Trump has told me about in all of this will focus on those missing children, hundreds of thousands of them that we know. And that number has started to already come down, Emily, from 300,000. So they found about 75 to 80,000 of those kids already. If they can...
Hold up. They found how many? They found between 75 to 80,000 children? Downward from a recorded number by Trump stated is 300,000 children missing. And they said they already found 70 to 80,000 children already. Well, where's the other 200,000 children? What's really going on? What are they preparing for? And what are they going to use these next children for? Huh? Let's go back. Let's go back real quick.
In a world where uncertainty looms, a US-based company has unveiled the ultimate sanctuary for the ultra-rich, a $300 million doomsday bunker complex. Introducing the Airy project, a fortified sanctuary designed to protect its elite residents from the most severe threats, including nuclear fallout and electromagnetic pulses. The Airy project is meticulously crafted to ensure both functionality and aesthetic appeal. Every detail...
Y'all see what's going, folks? See what's going on here? They're already prepping for the next society. They've pulled the plug on the past America already and have begun the transition. With new children to train for the next society. So what are they going to do with the rest of the people? The people go down with the ship. They're already pivoting. Now, if, Elder Lawya, you must assume if they give us a number of 300,000 children that were missing for the last 4 years, that Trump already found between 70 to 80,000, give or take 10,000. I mean, that's a great disparity there. How many children do you really think they have during this whole thing they call migrant? How many children do they really have? And what are they preparing them for? See? They're training, who knows? They could be training these children for the next society after this one is dissolved. You always have to have what? A working class for the elite or the Satanist in place. Okay? You start all over again. You know how it is. Slave ships, separate the family, take the children, reprogram the children. They got America out of that. There's nothing for them just to rip it all down, to only begin to do it all over. They know how to do it. They did it once before. They used us for the original blueprint. Sounds familiar, right? Bring them over, separate the family, get the children, re-educate the children who will not resist the power structure. See? There you go. Now, before I read this scripture, Elder Lawya, there's one other thing I would like to show, right? One other thing I would like to show real quick. Boy, if this isn't apropos. Heard there was another shooting, if y'all want to believe that. That's just more laws on the books that I'm seeing. That's going to, it's always point to bad gun, bad gun, bad gun. Right? So that they can eventually engage American citizens who are seeking to fight against what they're planning. Right? You talking about something that's apropos. Man, suppose an Amazon guy come to your door looking like this. Fair use. Devil at the door.
And with a Bible verse on it, our Aaron Jones hearing from the Carrollton homeowner tonight. Lots of people nowadays have security cameras as doorbells and around homes today, but one person we met saw this on her doorbell camera. Somebody in that mask holding a sign with a Bible verse on it. Our Aaron Jones hearing from the Carrollton homeowner tonight who has one very simple question. Why?
He got Revelation 21 through 15, Elder Lawyer, where it talks about the judgment and Satan being released from the bottomless pit. You can't make this up. Huh? He came to deliver an Amazon package. All right? He come to the door with Revelation 20 with horns. And you know, we teach that in a lot of our lessons about the judgment of this world and all that. And it's right at the door. The devil at the door. Leaves the homeowner shaken by disturbing ring camera footage. But this is where it's going to be, Elder Lawyer. And this is why we go into real-time breakdowns of what's going on politically as Babylon falls. You cannot break down the Bible and not understand what's going on politically. Because now we understand how the world, well, America and the world will get to what the Bible says would be what? A complete breakdown of society. Now we understand where it goes. Because what happens if they take all the federal funds away, dissolve all the programs, take all the jobs away, right? Make it where they close down and make food deserts in other places where you can't even get food. And then on top of that, burn thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands upon thousands of farmland, like in California, that would bring us our produce and food this coming year. What happens? With no hopes of bringing anything back. Folks, when they close down these stores, they're not reopening them. When they say a Walgreens close, a Walmart close, a supermarket close, nothing is coming back in its place. So what happens? Eventually, you know, it's just the human nature, especially for carnal people. The people will begin to fall on one another for the sake of survival. That's what happens. Check this out. Elder Lawyer, if you will. Now I understand why the Bible said eventually we'll be here. Right? If you will, Elder Lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to 2 Esdras 16 and 22.
Yes, sir. 2 Esdras 16, verse number 22.
Yes, sir. Let me do something with your picture there. Your visual. I got you.
Yes, sir. All right. 2 Esdras 16 and 22. For many of them that dwell upon the earth shall perish of famine.
Shall perish of what?
Shall perish of famine.
That's what's going on with the cut of programs. They're holding tight and saying, well, guess what? We're not going to cut off the public assistance altogether as of now. But folks, that's the plan. Eventually, they're going to cut off everything. No jobs or nothing. You have to work to receive whatever they're providing. And it's going to be rationed out according to government doles. That's how it works. While the politicians are somewhere else. Okay? For many of them, and don't forget, folks, Elder Lawyer, yeah, I don't think they know this. This ain't even alleged. Do you know that they built a whole new Disney World, that the people that own Disney actually purchased what used to be Epstein Island? And they built a whole Disneyland there? Did y'all know that? Years ago, we heard about Jay-Z and Beyonce buying an island. Right? But I digress. I'm going to just leave that out there. They must know something is coming. So now when I read the Bible, it's starting to make sense. Concerning the time people that are left on earth will be hurled into. No more cushy jobs. No more working behind a desk. No more, none of that. See, they had to do it slick, Elder. They had to do it where they'll give you a remote job to work from home. See? Now they can easily get rid of you without dealing with the conflict. See? See how they did it? They had to transition you out of the brick and mortar so that they can let you go without any pushback. That's how, see how they did it out of nowhere. Right? Matter of fact, what did Trump tell these federal workers that were working for the IRS and all that? I don't care where y'all living at. Y'all got to come back to the office to work or you're fired. No more cushy jobs. And only the jobs that are essential for government to run will people work. Yeah, the test run happened. The test run happened during COVID. The whole thing. During the lockdown. That was the whole beta test for the reset. Man, it's coming. Let's read it.
Yes, sir.
23.
23.
Matter of fact, read 22 again. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. For many of them that dwell upon earth shall perish of famine, and the others that escape the hunger shall the sword destroy.
Come on.
And the dead shall be cast out as dung, and there shall be no man to comfort them.
There shall be no man to comfort them. Read.
For the earth shall be wasted, and the cities shall be cast down.
The cities shall be cast down. Now check out what it says about no work. Let's read it.
There shall be no man left to till the earth and to sow it. The trees shall give fruit, and who shall gather them?
Lord, read.
The grapes shall ripen, and who shall tread them? For all places shall be desolate of men.
Eventually all the cities shall be desolate of people. Now it's starting to make sense. This is talking about the breakdown of the complete breakdown of society, where only a few people make it through. Now, what happens is when we, matter of fact, Elder Lawya, I'm sorry about that. Let me go to the Bible. I still got that, that nut job that's running around with a mask at the door. All right. All right. Read the 23rd verse.
Yes, sir. 23. And the dead shall be cast out as dung, and there shall be no man to comfort them, For the earth shall be wasted, and the cities shall be cast down.
Come on. 24.
Yes, sir. 24. There shall be no man left to till the earth and to sow it. The trees shall give fruit, and who shall gather them? The grapes shall ripen, and who shall tread them? For all places shall be desolate of men, so that one man shall desire to see another and to hear his voice.
Lord have mercy. So obviously this telling you right here, Elder Lawyer, all technology is gone.
Right.
There is no telephones. There is no TikTok. There is no hope for America or the world to return back to what it was. Come on. 28. You hit mute, Elder Lawyer.
Slack, yes, sir. For of a city shall be 10 left, and 2 of the field, which shall hide themselves in the thick groves and in the clefts of the rocks.
They're going to be hiding themselves in the clefts of the rocks. And folks, they think it's going to be some luxury place that they can just come out of when everything is said and done. After they see all the chaos they have created, the fallout, guess what? The only thing they did was make one big luxurious coffin. They built their own tomb.
That's right.
They think they're going to implode the earth, start all over again, and come out once the air clears. No. See? They've created their own grave and don't even realize it. And this is what happens when you get these demented satanic freaks. And now they've been put in charge as elected officials and care for nothing, let alone the people they claim to represent. So they think that, okay, let me betray the people, find a way to destroy them. Then after that, we'll start off with some new children to reprogram and deal with our Satan agenda beyond America. But it doesn't go that way. Because there's only a few years left after America is no longer a corporation. They think they're going to go into their luxurious little bunkers and come out after all the people are destroyed to rebuild with children and all that. The Bible don't say it happens like that. Okay? Read.
29. As in an orchard of olives, upon every tree there are left 3 or 4 olives, or as in an unharvested vineyard, only bare branches will be left by those who have diligently gleaned it. Even so in those days there shall be 3 or 4 left by them that search their houses with the sword.
People are going to be coming house to house looking for who's still living in any particular area where some disaster fell out. That's the military that goes in after a destruction to see who made it through any particular destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Like Katrina, like the fires. Read.
32. And the earth shall be laid waste, and the fields thereof shall wax old, and thorn bushes shall grow on all the ways and paths, because no people travel on them. Virgins shall mourn, having no bridegrooms. The women shall mourn, having no husbands.
Read that again.
33. The virgin shall mourn, having no bridegrooms.
Come on.
The women shall mourn, having no husbands.
Read.
Their daughters shall mourn, having no helpers.
Having no helpers. And like I said earlier, Because guess what? And I'm going to say this, and I always come back to this. Men know that at the end of the day, if we don't make anything happen, there's no help or assistance on the other side. Men know it already. That the only thing a man can look forward to that don't stand on his 2 feet is cold concrete. Men are wired that way to understand we must make something happen. We must, make a lane to have provisions, because there's no program, there's nothing for men. And and this is what's going to make it tough for sisters, for women, because in the back of because it's a privilege that the Most High have given women to know at the end of the day, somebody going to look out for me. Men aren't wired that way. And it's hard for women to understand, right? It's hard for women to understand how men can adjust that way. Because we know there's no programs for men at the end of it. But women don't understand how privileged they are to have life that way. To know in the back of your mind, there'll be somebody out there that's going to look out for me. Men know that doesn't exist. And that's a whole nother view on how to survive and what survival is. From in the back of a man's mind, men know that at the end of this, if I don't make something happen for myself, I'm hitting the concrete. Okay? I'll be living out of a bag. And that's what's going to make this thing harder for women, because they're not adjusted. They've never been adjusted for a society where there's no help. It have never happened. Somebody like me out there, right? Somebody going to feel for me out there. And that's what's going to make it so hard for what's coming here, especially for the women. Because the Bible states right here, the Bible states, the daughter shall mourn, having no helpers. Having no helpers. I mean, you have to realize that's a good existence to know if I look a certain type of way, even though I don't really have to deal with a person, if I know a guy like the way I look, I can get chores done. I can get my TV hung. All right? 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 I can get somebody to fix things around just for the hope of being in my vicinity. It's all coming to an end. It's all coming to an end. No helpers. We're going to be like, oh, this is something new. Usually, I can cry and get myself out of, or I give someone a story of what I'm going through, and there's some sympathizers where they'll give me a little something. Right? The Bible says no. Women eventually going to have to adjust themselves and wire themselves to understand what men understand. Men understand that at the end of the day, if we don't make it happen, there's nothing to help us on the other end. Nothing but what? Sleeping on the curb. Sleeping on the curb. Check it out. Read it. In 34. The wars.
In the wars shall their bridegrooms be destroyed.
So what is this saying? Whatever's going to break out, men are going to fight. That's innate. That's natural. For the sake of survival, whatever's coming, there's going to be a lot of men out there that's going to be, you know what? Hey, to protect me and mine, I'll have to go out. And that's what's coming. In the wars shall the bridegrooms, which is all the men that women are seeking to be married to one day and have children, be destroyed. And what?
In the war shall the bridegrooms be destroyed, and their husbands shall perish of famine.
And their husbands shall perish of famine. Just imagine when things break out and there's no stores anywhere, and someone have to go out to get provisions, risk their life to get provisions for their daily bread and bring it back to the home, like we see on The Walking Dead. It's coming. It's coming. Read.
35. Hear now these things and understand them, ye servants of the Lord.
You what?
Ye servants of the Lord.
Ye servants of the Lord. Hear this. It's going to happen whether you believe the Bible or not. The world have already incrementally began to snatch everything away from the people. Slowly but surely. Okay? Slowly but surely. It says, hear now these things and understand them, ye servants of the Lord. Okay? There was a time America didn't exist as a superpower, as a land flowing with milk and honey, where all people could flow to and benefit from. At one point, this place was nothing but shrubbery and trees and whatever the case is before man came. And folks, there's a time that when this place get dissolved, the trees and the shrubbery and all that going to come back to its rightful place with no people. That's the reality. And this is what happens when an empire have served its purpose. The Most High said, okay, my people, you went into captivity. You have served your captivity. This whole world have gone to sin. Guess what? Let's seal the number and prepare for the next chapter. You see, the Satanists have already prepared for their next chapter. Even though they may climb into the heavens or dig themselves into the earth, the Most High says he's still going to put his foot on their neck. So they've already begun to pivot. Even the Satanists know that this thing is done. They have already begun to prepare for what happens after America. Well, what about the chosen? What about the chosen? See? So it's time that we begin to pivot. But that pivot comes with what? A spiritual awakening. Operating with those of like mind. Understanding the value of God's union. Working together to survive through this. And it says right here, hear now these things and understand them, ye servants of the Lord. I got another video I'm going to show in a second. Read.
36. Behold the word of the Lord. Receive it. Believe not the gods of whom the Lord spake.
It says, listen to this. Behold the word of the Lord. The Lord has spoken it. And he's telling people, you better receive it. Because whether you want to stick your head in the sand or ignore what you're being told, it's happening anyway. The first stage of taking down an empire is doing what? Is to draw the resources from the people first. See? That's how you break down a capitalistic society. You strangle, you put a stronghold on the finance lines to people. Then capitalism will seek to exist. See how it works? Behold the word of the Lord and receive it. Believe not the gods of whom the Lord spake. That means all these people that people are going to, these Buddhist religions, these Asian religions, telling you to chi and put your fingers together and think that you can rub some crystals and burn some sage. Folks, none of that's going to get you through it.
That's right.
Okay? I don't care how you can be moving sage which way but loose, every place, swinging it around, do whatever you want to do. Guess what? None of these religion and anything they're telling these religions are going to be able to get you through this. And it says what? Behold the word of the Lord, receive it, believe not the gods of whom the Lord spake. Why? Read.
Behold, the plagues draw nigh and are not slack.
And are not slack. Now, people are coping. And that's what's going on in the world right now. People are coping. Fair use. I'm going to show you how it goes down. Show you how it goes down. They crying right now. Here it is.
And, I don't even know what to do. Obviously, I have to file for unemployment. I'm just in shock. But here's the biggest thing. A few months ago, I filed a sexual assault investigation at work because something happened.
And guess what, Elder Lawyer? That's the new survival grift.
That's right.
The new survival grift is there a lawsuit somewhere that I can that I can utilize? Is there a Diddy inroad?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. maybe they can say they was at one of his parties. Who knows?
Yep.
It's about, check it out. She's looking for some money. Check this out. Check this out. Now, everything was fine until she got laid off.
Me for over 6 years. And
okay, let me narrate for you because you can't, through some of the sniffling, you can't get it. She had a secure job for over 6 years.
I don't even know what to do. Obviously, I have to file for unemployment.
Okay, now she's shocked. Out of nowhere, got a phone call. I don't know. I may have to file unemployment. And I take it she probably have some college debt too. Trump doing his DEI thing.
I'm just in shock. But here's the biggest thing. A few months ago, I filed a sexual assault investigation at work because something happened.
Oh, there you go. So now she got to go back and dig in her assault bag. See? Maybe I can get a severance pay on a sexual assault tip. Let me tell you, boy, she's pulling out all the angles here. And guess what? That has become that become retirement plans for a lot of these women.
Mm-hmm.
Young lady, what about you're not a bad looking woman. What about getting a husband to take care of you? I mean, you can't fathom that option, huh? I mean, that's how women used to think. But boy, they pulling the plug. Lord have mercy. There it is. Maybe she can imagine herself or make a phone call and say that, I probably was at a Diddy party.
It's a lot. There's the fires going on in LA. My birthday just happened a few days ago. I thought this was going to be my year, and I just got laid off. I've been at this company for over 6 years.
Okay, now she's looking around and find out, Elder Lawyer, how can I get something out of this?
And, I don't even know what to do. Obviously, I have to file for unemployment.
Oh, look, she's thinking. Check it out. Look at her eyes. Let me blow this up. There's some money somewhere. To let you know, they be knowing these options that are out there.
I'm just like in shock. But here's the biggest thing. A few months ago, I filed a sexual assault investigation at work because something happened. And around like December, they finally finished the investigation and they really didn't do anything. And, you know, a month later, here I am getting let go. And I just feel like this seems very fishy and I don't know too much about the law. But if there's any like lawyers on here. And
there you go. If your lawyer want to call me up, I'm willing to put a case on somebody.
If somebody can help me, if I have a case here, let me know. But yeah, I don't know what to do.
Well, Babylon have to go. Let me tell you, boy, they got a lot in their bag, man. We don't got these choices. You know what I mean? I'm about to get let off. I'm about to get fired. Maybe I can pull out a sexual assault charge.
Right.
Boy, I tell you, boy, here they go.
This was a 2-year contract that the executive director reached out to me and said, hey, Noelle, I know you just got laid off. I have something. It's just a couple of hours a week, but we're looking to get someone that can help us with this program. We're getting women into trade jobs, and we just need them to be able to get the training and support that they need. We want to make sure that leaders have what they need to make sure that women feel included when they get into these roles. We want it to be as smooth as possible. I know that you can do it. Can you take this job? And it was just enough to keep me afloat and do something that makes an impact. And the Department of Labor said today that I had to stop working.
Lord have mercy.
I know that I'm going to have people in my comments that are thrilled that somebody like me who helps people with disabilities, who helps veterans, who helps pregnant women, who helps parents, who helps Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, I know that they are so gleeful that people like me get fired for helping others. I know that that makes their day.
Lord have mercy. Man, I'm going to tell you right now, that pen is still moving. This dude haven't stopped signing since our broadcast last week. And she look up, listen, hey, I'll tell you what. Let's see, hey, those degrees, it's a done deal.
But that's what it is. And I'm so proud of the work that I've done. I am so...
It's over. It's over. It's time to pivot. DEI isn't coming back. Now people are going to have to do what they've been doing. A woman got to find a man. That's what you have to do. A woman is going to have to humble herself and be as submissive to her husband and as dedicated to her husband as she was to these initiatives and or boss.
So proud of the legacy that I built with helping.
Nah, there's no legacy. The family is legacy. See, that's why the most have to bring it all the way down. These people are working at these jobs, believing that these corporate jobs and these corporations truly care for them. They've made these corporations their purpose. They've made these corporations their purpose and have submitted themselves to the corporate structure and thinking that someone is going to remember that for their legacy. Nah. It doesn't work that way. You have a man and the legacy goes through his name with the children you raise. That's how you remember. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, because this right here is going to get some get right.
People that need that support and making sure that workplaces are the kind of places where they can get the support that they deserve.
And the lawyer, another thing, more backlash that our sisters are going to have to deal with. And the sisters, get ready for this. Now, if you sisters in the truth and you're protected by God and you trust in the word and you understand the value of man, this ain't talking about you. But if you're working at a job or working in one of these areas where LGBTQ is, they're going to take out all vengeance against the black woman. This is where they lash back at for not having the opportunity to be there 4 more years. They're going to lash out at our sisters at all these jobs and all that. LGBTQ is going, because it's the survival of the fittest now. If there's any money left, they're going to kick our sisters out and have it for those in their little white liberal organizations. They're going to be giving our sisters Hades at the job, knowing that what? Knowing that there's no jobs out there. Watch what I tell you. If it's not happening already. Some people out there will let me know that it's probably happening at their job right now. So the jobs are drying up, and there's a choice between LGBTQ, white people, and a diversity black woman. Who do you think they're going to allow to stay at the job? They're going to inadvertently take this out on anybody that looks like us around them. Watch what I tell you. Oh, no. See, they radicalize these women in college, making them believe that you need to be on my team. I mean, we have a diversity march coming next week, and I would sure like you to join with us. And here it is. These people don't care about our sisters.
And they need, and to see everything I worked for get ripped away is hard. Now, I know DEI has always evolved, and I talk about this all the time. I will figure out a path forward for my...
You don't need DEI. You need BIBLE. Okay? Let me give it to you, sister. No DEI. This is what you need right here. Let me give it. Let me give you the, it's not an acronym. Let me give it to you. This is what you need right here. Talking about DEI. Okay? God has a job for you. It's called being a helpmeet to a man. Let's go.
Myself, but I am so infuriated, and I hope the price of eggs is worth it to you people.
Lawya has chickens. We got eggs. Okay? She says, I hope the price of eggs was worth it for y'all people. They done booted me out of my cushy job. And I hope the price of eggs was worth it. Lawya has chickens. Woman, get it together. Okay? And it was probably one of those diversity nut jobs they got rid of her. What else we got? How many more people getting laid off right here? Yeah.
The real F around and find out moment is here.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people are looking at the black community thinking that we are the recipients and benefactors.
Talk to him, sister.
Of DEI programs and affirmative action programs. And I know affirmative action is no longer.
A matter of fact, I know it's cold right now in Elder Lawya. How many eggs is them chickens pumping out a day? And they don't like to do it during the wintertime, ain't it?
Yeah, during the wintertime they start to slow up. But once things warm up a little bit, they should be back in action.
You get any probably once a week right now during the winter? What you get a week?
Nah, I'm not getting anything. This last winter, it was pretty good. I was getting it consistently. This winter, I'm not getting anything.
Because it's real cold.
Yeah, we went through a very bad cold spurt.
So they just staying warm, but as soon as that heat, hey, it was warm today. You're gonna be some eggs coming. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna need a dozen. All right?
No doubt.
Let's see what's going on with the DEI. Hey, once Uncle Sam start kicking people out, it's time to come back to our original positions. And you know what? You know what's wonderful about this? Here's what's wonderful about this. How glorious the Most High is, and how compassionate and how gracious he is. Right? When it all said and done, we all go through this humbling. We still going to receive each other back. This is no thing where, oh, you out there by yourself now. We're not going to be here for you. No, it tell you even through this, we're still going to die. We're still going to die in wars to protect our women. Regardless of what happened, we're still going to be on the front line.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want people to think that this is a catch you moment, aha moment. You was down with feminism. Now this is what you get. No. The Most High is saying, come back. You can still be received. And guess what? That's what a lot of men are saying. A lot of men are saying, well, listen, it's time for us to work together. Time is running out. It's time for us to work together. We all been sold a bill of goods. We all been lied to. And now it's time for us to work together for the sake of self-preservation.
Right. And if you don't mind, I can read something real quick on that point.
Yeah. What's the scripture?
Yes, sir. Isaiah 2:10 through 11.
Okay, let me get it real quick. We still got to listen. We still got to work and help each other at the end of the day, regardless of what we've been through. So this ain't no thing where we're saying, well, women is out there now, that's on you. Nah. The Most High is saying, nah. If you come back in a contrite, humble, and loving spirit, you'll be received. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 2:10.
Isaiah, the 2nd chapter and the 10th verse. Read it.
Yes, sir. Enter into the rock and hide thee in the dust, for fear of the Lord and for the glory of his majesty. The lofty looks of man shall be humbled, and the haughtiness of men shall be bowed down, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. So the reality is that we're all being humbled.
That's right.
Those who are out there in the world being humbled, those who bought into a lot of this propaganda, they're being humbled, and those who are in the faith, we're going through trials on a daily basis. We're being humbled.
Yeah.
So the Most High is making it to where only he and Christ will be exalted in that day. So as the elder is stating, this is not an aha, got you moment. This is what you get. No, we're all going through a phase of humbling, and we're all going to have to come together and actually assist and help each other in these last days.
Exactly. And you could tell, this sister right here, she got a little wisdom on her right here. This sister that's talking right here. Listen to what she's saying.
But whenever they hear the term DEI or they hear the term affirmative action, they look to the Black community thinking that we are the benefactor. Now, here's some information for you. The #1 recipient of DEI are white women. That is according to the U.S. Department of Labor. And others fall under that group, under the minority group, the ethnic minority. #1 recipient under that group are Latino and Hispanic Americans. #2 are Asian Americans. #3 are Native Americans. #4, individuals with disability. #5, veterans. Okay? And #6.
Damn, we're Black people. Where Judah at?
Right.
Judah is in the basement. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to the marketing for DEI, you always see a black person in front of it. Why? Because we have the voting base. We have the numbers to give these particular DEI programs finances. Without our numbers, none of this would exist.
Mm-hmm.
And why am I saying this? It's because out of slavery, the 13th Amendment came. Then it was a need for the 14th Amendment to make us what? Born citizens, where our children are now born citizens instead of 3/5 of a man. That's where you get the born citizenship from. And they got all these people who already have a country, like Chinese people, come here to America and get birthrights as if they came out of chattel slavery. When the United States birthrights came out of the 14th Amendment because they needed to know what to do with us coming out of slavery to make us citizens, they gave us the 14th Amendment. Now they use the 14th Amendment. They have Chinese people who have a country to have a child over here to circumvent what we went through in slavery. Birthright rights, citizenship rights from birth is a slavery constitutional law. It was only supposed to be us. So when you see Trump saying, well, I'm taking away birthright citizenship, he wasn't taking away citizenship. He's taking away what didn't belong to people in the beginning. You got a country. Right. You have a country to go to. You're not supposed to have a child who become a minority here, and now that child undermines us because it was born in the country our people served. A lot of people don't even know that. You know, I mean, look how big China is. No, just because you have a child over here shouldn't make it a United States citizen. See, you see what they did? They took away a right we died and bled for. Birthright citizenship came out of what? Well, how do we make these people as citizens who have been let free in the late 1865? Well, there was a need. They eradicated or got rid of slavery, 1865, and then they put another amendment in and say, well, we must amend them as citizens. Birthright citizenship. It had nothing to do with somebody coming from a rich country already to undermine us with birthright citizenship. See that? So when Trump talking about getting rid of all that, it's understood because it wasn't theirs anyway. You have a country. Got to educate y'all. That's why they don't like people in the Bible speaking politics. That's why. Because if you're in the Bible, you deal with equitable judgment, what's fair. And they don't want you looking into that. You start looking at these people and saying, well, hold up. They have tied themselves to us, benefited above us, but wasn't it our people in chattel slavery? Wasn't it our people in chattel slavery? So how can you come and get a birthright citizenship? Boy, they don't like us seeing things for what it is. Like, y'all been undermining us the whole time. Here's we suffering. We getting put out in all this. And these other people are getting everything under all the laws that were instituted through our oppression and slavery. This is the dropping it.
The LGBTQ plus community.
And then you can be a Rawchaa. Your family can be part of a big bank conglomerate that set up the bank systems for the world. And you can be gay. A white Rawchaa can now come and be a minority and get more than the people that have been enslaved in America. Because they choose to sleep with the same sex. You got to be out of your mind.
And guess who comes last?
Guess who comes last?
At receiving DEI benefits. Guess who comes last? That's right. Black Americans.
Don't say Black Americans, sis. Let's get it right. Black women is last. Black men ain't on it at all. They don't lump black men in with the patriarchy.
Exactly. He ain't nothing but a chocolate white man in their eyes.
Yeah. We the chocolate white man. A straight black man isn't on the list at all. I'm gonna tell you, the straight black man is nowhere. At the bottom of DEI is the black woman. She's last on it.
Exactly.
The black man is non-existent. Unless he's gay.
Exactly.
Okay. So as far as I'm concerned, the Most High he can fold it all up as far as I'm concerned. Okay.
Black people. Let me also say, you can do a Google search and you will see.
And this is why I understand how our sisters be going hard. They be going hard in the paint. Low with elbows and all, like Charles Barkley in the paint for DEI. And they're the last to get anything out of all of every other group. Y'all sisters better wake up.
See, the primary benefactors of DEI programs are not only white women, but white men, white male CEOs. Those are the ones who have benefited the most from DEI initiative programs.
I'm making this video a little longer because this is going to be a hard conversation for a lot of people, but I think it needs to be said. And I have been trying to say this for the last few years.
Fair use. You better get yourself together. The Most High is pulling the plug on America. Okay? And you're not going to have TikTok to vent on. All right? But I hear what you got to say real quick.
I think it's very clear by now that veterans and military spouses are about to be laid off en masse. And
guess what? White women know they're the greatest benefactors of DEI. And they don't care because at the end of it, they're going to be able to cry victim and go back to where the money is. Well, okay, I was young, I was liberal, but now I'm willing to listen, Dad. All right? So they're going to be fine.
The veteran community is going to really struggle for a while, and it's going to be very scary, and we need to make sure that we are there for each other.
She cares about the veterans, if you want to believe that.
And we're doing everything we can because a lot of these DEI layoffs include veterans and military spouses.
Babylon the Great is falling, okay? Let me show you who's... The pen is mightier than the sword, okay? And he's writing all finances. All finances are off the table. You're going to have to work. No nonprofits, no nothing. You're going to have to work to survive. It's the survival of the fittest. Okay? Now I'm going to tell you this. Let me go back. It just haven't kicked in yet, folks. Right now, we're at the coping stage. What is this? What is this different thing? Okay? But I'm going to tell you right now, with the laws this man is putting in place, America will not go back to what it was. It's dissolving everything. And you know what? That's a good thing.
Military spouses already have a really, really hard time getting jobs. It's been proven. There's been many studies done. I was a part of a bunch of panels, and I did a lot when I
see. Now, all due respect for her, she's probably a nice person, but she's probably part of a nonprofit that got paid for serving veterans.
Exactly.
So, does she really care about the veterans, or she's trying to salvage her little nonprofit? That's all this federal money that's going through to make sure she live in the suburbs where her children don't have to worry about anything. And now that they cutting that money off. You see, if they can't use black women or black underserved communities, they call them, they'll use the veterans. And they got some people on the inside of these governments who know where all these federal monies, how much there and where it goes to. And they'll make themselves a whole nonprofit, get some vets together, and hold some signs and get paid. That's what they do. So she's trying to protect her cash cow, using veterans for her to actually live high off the hog in the suburbs. Okay? No. Your federal funds must get cut also.
I was way more an advocate years ago before I was laid off from Meta. And I tried to do whatever
laid off from Meta. Okay.
I could to help.
Another DEI hire. Get her out of the paint.
People understand, but for a really long time, I think the message just got really muddled. So I want to talk about it now. Nobody wants to just sit at home and not feel fulfilled. So
get a job. Okay? The Bible says if you don't work, you don't eat. Now, another thing. You should be putting this attention into a family. Find yourself a man and go on about yourself. Okay? And why, let me tell you, why am I so straightforward with this? These liberal, crazed women out of college have been radicalized through college. They're out of control. They are out of control. Find your purpose according to God and get on with your life. No one has asked you to look out for veterans. Go find a man and go have some children and follow the law, okay?
So military spouses are able to get jobs. They're able to start their own businesses. There's lots of different things. There's lots of different things that people want to do. And we're not all women, so we need to make sure that, we understand too that there are men out there that are military spouses as well, and there are dual military, and there's all sorts of stuff. But it is very hard when you move every 2 to 3 years to maintain a career. And
Lord, Babylon done destroyed these people. A whole country that have lost its way. Do you remember a time where values, the family name, you upholding your position in a righteous household was the focal and really the only purpose for living is to work, serve God, have a family, work, which is something to do to get a few bucks to add to the household. And you have people who care more so about what they contribute to a corporation than their family's name. Man, I'm glad this rude awakening is happening. No one cares about a family name anymore. Everyone cares. your identity is wrapped up into a corporation that could care less about you. I don't see none of the men, none of the women out there. I don't see none of them out there saying, this is what I'm doing to instill or to make sure there's a legacy tied to my family name from this generation through my children. All these individual accolades. And no one is standing for family anymore. A matter of fact, they'll dissolve that. They'll say, listen, I'd rather not have a family because they'll claim this, Elder Lawyer. Who needs a family? I have goals.
Right.
Tell me what goal you have outside of family. That's why this thing must go. She really thinks she's contributing something. And nothing is tied to, and I'm not to say, it's okay to want to do good by veterans and all that. I'm not taking away from that. But that's her existence. Shouldn't she be putting all this passion into her family, her children, her family's name? You have women who will dissolve a family and say, he wasn't goal-oriented enough. I need so much out of life for me. When your family and your husband is your goal. That's what you were put here for. I'm so glad he's pulling the rug from up under these people. Because now we have to deal with the reality. And the only way to make it through this is to get back into our original roles. And the Most High is making it that way. He's creating an environment where the only way to make it is to find originally what you were put here for. Period. This girl confused.
Especially after I got laid off from Meta, that was one of the final straws that led to my divorce.
She got laid off of, here it is. She got laid off of Meta. Elder Lawyer, you can't make this up. I just heard this the first time with you. She got laid off of Meta. And she says her getting laid off. Now, I got to unpack this. Her getting laid off led to her divorce. Seemed like she's more passion. She have more passion for the job, for Meta laying her off. She's feeling more hurt with Meta laying her off than dissolving her marriage. Woo! Boy, let me tell you, Babylon did a job on them.
Out there that are military spouses as well, and there are dual military, and there's all sorts of stuff. But
I'll tell you what. Hey, I'm going to tell you, the stock of antidepressants just went up.
it is very hard when you move every 2 to 3 years to maintain a career. And especially after I got laid off from Meta, that was one of the final straws that led to my divorce.
Lord.
Give me 1 second. I know I haven't talked.
Look, she didn't know what to say right there. This is what happens when you're wrapped up into, all wrapped up into everything outside of your purpose. And when the rug is pulled up from under you, because she thought her purpose were working in these nonprofits. And at the end of it, you're alone with no family at all, and realize that the corporation you thought cared for you did not. They use you for what they can use you for and then discard you. And now you've blown everything up that could help you survive through the later years of your life. Man, we're going to talk about this in the academy too, man. Because these so-called initiatives, these nonprofit initiatives, these jobs, they be gassing some of these women's heads up in these jobs. And what happens when they pull the rug from upon you? And then you got this guy over here. He's seeking to sign everything away. Wait until Monday to see if he can get rid of some level of Social Security, welfare benefits, food stamps, or at least make a work program so that people can actually work for their benefits. So we're gonna revisit this Monday to see where this thing goes. They halted it for at least Monday to see where it goes, but it's everything I told y'all was going to happen, folks. 4 years of bankrupting the country for the last 4 years. So now it gives him the green light to do everything he's doing to preserve anything left in the treasury. So now they're going to come after all the benefits after laying everybody off. And then, like I mentioned earlier, Trump announces $100 billion AI initiative to replace the rest of the people that are working. We're here, folks. We are here. Look at this. And the only way that we're going to get through this is the Most High. Folks, they got people with law degrees. I mean, master degrees, bachelor's degrees, working at the checkout line and delivering Uber Eats right now, just to make ends meet, and still not making ends meet. It's about to get crazy. It's about to get crazy, man. I'm going to tell you. And I remember years ago, during the time of, I know the Game of Thrones was still playing during the so-called coronavirus or the virus and all that. And you know, one thing happened during the virus is that for somehow Kevin Samuels were able to get on a signal while everybody else couldn't do anything but stay home, right? Even though I was out everywhere. And one thing Kevin Samuels said years ago, I'll never forget, he was saying, sisters, we got to get it together because winter's coming. And what I did was I'm like, let me go back and look at this, because he was talking about what's going on over in Japan that happened before the pandemic. That there's more dogs roaming the streets. They count more dogs than the population of people that are actually bringing forth children in Japan. Because people, man and woman, just can't get on each other's program. Everybody is too busy for one another. And so I looked at that. I'm like, that's deep. And now he said 3 years ago, he said, you know what? It's coming. It's coming to America. They ain't tell you yet. It's going to be a reset. Now, he's not saying anything that we don't know, that we haven't been talking about, but it's deep that he seemed like he was just trying to matchmake and keep people together and just humble people So to keep the nuclear family, the black family together, so that we'll have something together up against what was coming. Just so that we can be together, knowing that something was coming that was going to just tear everyone apart. And here we are. I need y'all to see this real quick.
So I live out of my car. I've been
And I'm
living
going to tell you, no one can make homelessness look as cool, as acceptable as Americans. I mean, Lawya, at least growing up, when I was growing up, I always talk about my age, man. I sound like my father now. Elder Lawya, when I was growing up, you knew what a homeless person was. Right? And America, we got people in America, they're too proud to look homeless. Okay? When we were growing up, you know what homelessness was. And I'm going to show you the new look of homelessness now.
Car since 2022. And on the morning of July 5th, everything was stolen out of my car.
Hey guys, this is me, day 437, living in the car with my dog. At this point, I'm thinking nothing's ever gonna get better. How am I gonna get out of this situation? Millie was the only thing that kept me going for a long time, but it wasn't until I started making videos like this and connecting with you guys that I was finally able to not only get an apartment for me and Millie, but I was able to get a P.O. box so you guys can send us anything.
Yep. This is insane. This is insane.
My dog. At this point, I'm thinking nothing's ever gonna get better. How am I gonna get out of this situation? Millie was the only thing that kept me going.
She's getting herself together for the gram. Homeless. This is insane.
Going for a long time, but it wasn't until I started making videos like this and connecting with you guys that
Boy, America's in for a rude awakening. Boy, listen right here. Money's going to start drying up slowly but surely, and it will be the survival of the fittest. One thing I can respect, and I thank the Most High for, Elder Lawya, I thank the Most High to have the knowledge to understand how to make it through this, and that he have a chosen elect in this earth with like minds. A chosen elect where I know that there's people who can see what we see and will be willing to sacrifice together to get through all this. I mean, no one wants to be out there by themselves against what's coming. Winter is here. Revelations is here. Revelations is here. They halted the benefits, him stopping the benefits until Monday to see how they're going to work this out. Folks, it's going to be crazy this year. It's not even February yet. It's not even February yet. Now, before I open up the calls, what say you? It's time for us to come together under the laws of the Most High and prepare. Straight up. The first line, the first lines of cuts is to get rid of the DEI thing. to get people out of the office and all that. Set up AI to replace those jobs. On top of that, cut the benefits. They're going to cut Section 8, everything they're going to cut. Or make it where there's a work program, a temporal work program that you'll have to participate with just to stay in the place you're staying. And everything you get, stamps or whatever, you work for. Another thing they're going to do, it's going to be a rough deal, folks. Another thing they're going to do, they're going to do mandatory paternity tests. They're going to sign that into law. They started with Tennessee, where before a man can sign a birth certificate, a test must be done to make sure that he's the father. Another thing he just passed, where if someone is paying child support, only that parent, whether be it the father or the mother, can actually claim that child or children on their taxes. Destroying all the middle grounds and gray areas when it comes to these things. Man, it's about to get deep. It's about to get deep out here. And hopefully we'll just humble ourselves and say, you know what? Hey, the gig is up. It's time to work together. Okay? It's time to work together. Okay? The gig is up. All right? Before I open up the calls, I'm going to open up Zoom also. I need to let you all know that starting February the 16th, it begins a new installment. It begins a new installment of your Hebrew and Bible Academy. I am totally motivated with this one. You learn the original Hebrew. Elder Rawchaa comes with the news. And yes, we have lessons unparalleled. Lessons like you've never learned before. And of course, we're going to be we're going to have the up to the minute news and prophecies concerning what's going on in the earth real time. From 9 to 2 p.m. every Sunday, we have brand new lessons. Let me go over these. The war of the gods will be the theme. And yes, the gods of the nations are fallen angels, and they're real. There's some that been bound in hell. When you see pyramids and different rocks over them, it's marking where the angels are actually bound. Okay? And then there's some of the fallen angels who aren't bound. The gods that your politicians worship. Yeah, they're real. And when these cities break down, brothers and sisters, we're going to see what's really out there. The war of the gods is the theme. We're going to go in week 2, the original angels, showing you all the angels, the hierarchy of the heavenly, which was there before the earth was made. And we're going to also go into the 24 elders in the book of Revelation. The elders from heaven. We're going to break down the heavenly, I would say, the heavenly angels and the tiers of angels, be it orphanims. You got you also have the archangels. You also have the cherubim. You have the seraphim. And how do they operate and minister to this earth? Angels. The sun is an angel. The moon is an angel. That's how you know it's a bold-faced lie when they claim that some people can go there. Okay? No. That's impossible. The earth is stationary. Everything else moves. So how can you travel to something that's moving through portals? The sun is an angel. The moon is an angel. The sun is masculine. The moon is feminine. Okay? The earth is stationary. The earth doesn't turn. Everything else moves around the earth. They have lied about everything. Okay? And we're gonna expose those lies. The origins of the angels. The reason Adam fell. We cannot blame women for our fall. Let me repeat that. We cannot blame women for our fall. Our obligation is to God, is to the Almighty. Okay? And if you submit yourself to under a woman's power, guess what? Don't blame woman for that. Okay? Women can't be blamed for that. So why did Adam fall? We're going to go into that. And this is not a conversation about right or wrong. Okay? It's more so a conversation about proper order. It's going to be a teaching on proper order. At the end of the day, if something happens that was in my power to control, you cannot blame what the Most High placed under you. Okay? I think the world has a name for that. They call it simp now. Okay? No. A man has the authority given to him through God. Period. And could never blame a woman for his fall. Any power you give a woman to take over, guess what? That's power you've yielded to her. You have let her absorb your power. That's not God's fault. That's not her fault. That's your fault. That means you have to have a hard line according to God on where things stand, and you must what? Stand on it. As a man. And not budge. Because when something go wrong, guess what? It doesn't look good you blaming a woman. Doesn't look good. When the Most High gave man the authority. The true understanding of the Antichrist, the true doctrine to the Gentiles, and more. And also I see a bunch of men being led overseas, being led by a woman. Having a woman drop into your email and lead you out there to your own demise. Guess what? You're not going to be able to blame her. She's just trying to survive. So when you go down, understand it's because you're following a Jezebel. Okay? 515-605-9327. Anything you'd like to say, Elder Lawya?
No, sir. Let's go straight to the calls.
Let's go straight to the calls. I'm going to tell you right now, old Trump is serving it up. He is serving it up. And I'm going to tell you this, he's just doing his job.
Mm-hmm.
He is doing his job. And you know what? He's not wasting a day. 2025 is going to be real. Right? It's going to be real. I'll tell you that. 515-605-9327. Thank you, Ramar. I'm going to call in now. We have what? 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes before. We have 20 minutes before the lines are closed. Blog Talk is finally letting us in, huh? They letting us into into the platform we've paid for. They're like, we only got 2 days left. We'll allow them to broadcast just, for 2 days, huh? Everything 515. Here it is. 20 minutes. 20 minutes before the lines close.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Unmuted. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Let me bring the computer there. Hope you all can hear it. All right, we have Jacqueline with a question.
Hi, shalom, Elder. Thank you so much.
How you doing, Jackie?
I'm so thankful to be one of your students. I'm so thankful to be learning all of your wisdom and the truth.
What's going on with your phone? Your phone, something's wrong with your phone there.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's on speaker. Let me take it off.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I want to thank you, sir. You baptized my son, or you came to Vegas and you blessed the baptism. So I want to thank you for that. Of course, thank you for everything you do with teaching us, because I'm learning, and it's so amazing. I'm learning and not just learning, but being a doer of the word. And I can just feel all of the growth and all the blessings from the Lord. And I want to thank you for that. And I want to ask you when you're coming back to Vegas. And then I also want to ask you if you can speak to me private, because I have a private family emergency that I wanted to see if you can give me direction with, or if I can be assisted with, please.
Okay, 1 second here. You're in Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me get your name again. Jackie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hold on. 70116. Okay, you say you have a family emergency?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, let me look at this. Make sure I got it. I have your number written down right. Hold on. And you can be reached at the number I see here, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, let's see. Okay, sister, we'll call you, all right?
Thank you. God bless y'all. Praise to the Most High, Elder. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bless you. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Michelle has a comment and or question. If you would like to get in for the calls, you can reach 610-680. What I'm talking about. 1 second. I'm about to give out my phone number. Lawyer, stop me already. Lord in the morning time. It's on your screen. 515-605-9327. Man, don't you know I'll be getting calls 24 hours a day. I give out that number. Lord, in the morning.
Yeah, you forget about it.
Yeah, Lord. I can't even get any sleep now. Lord, I don't know what I'm thinking about. You know you got some people sitting there like this with an ink pen too. Michelle has a comment and or question.
Hello, elders, Elder Rawchaa, Elder Lawya. Thank you. I really appreciate this lesson for a couple of reasons. I've been fighting. I don't want to say fighting, but it's been an anxious effort to leave my job and go help with my granddaughter back east. And that's been something that's been on my heart for a while. And I just, I've already made plans to do it. I'll be leaving in 2 months. I live in the Phoenix area.
Okay, so how did the broadcast this evening help with that decision? What are you thinking?
Well,
what are you saying?
I guess this is my thing. So in terms of me personally, the reason it helped me is because I think if I heard this broadcast 3 months ago, 4 months ago, I would have been triggered with anxiety not to make the decision, because I have been fighting this decision for a while. But, I do believe, and I've grown in this belief that,
even though we're seeing this sort of this breakdown of what we know to be our current society, that the Most High people will be cared for. And I even wonder that if this breakdown is simply a securing process for the body, for Israel. So while everyone else is sort of going through this panic situation, right, and they're having that instability, that we will still have our needs met in jobs and in whatever it is that we need.
What type of work you do?
I think there is a shifting.
That it is. What type of work you do?
I'm in fintech. I'm in development. So
okay,
it's lucrative, but where I'm going, that's not really something that's not general to that area. I've been doing it for about 8 years, and I've built up in it. I was a young widow, so I've had to really do things on my own for myself, for my boys.
Sorry to hear that.
Put them through school. Yeah, well, I think, again, the Most High has kept me. And this situation is not going to be any different for me. So I guess more than anything, I just wanted to encourage everyone.
Well, Michelle, how old are your boys?
My boys are 35 and 27.
Oh, okay. Well, they men now.
Yeah, they're men. Yeah, I shouldn't call them boys. But, when I was raising them, they were boys. So, yeah. So they're grown men, and there is there are a lot of important areas that I can cover by being there.
Okay.
So, so I'm excited for that. So in terms of my question, though, I did have an important question for you. So I don't know if you remember maybe the 70s, maybe 80s, 90s, when all of those farms, we had a lot of the Hispanic families that were losing all those farms and going into rent leasing back in like the 80s, 90s in the northern San Joaquin County area. That's where I'm originally from.
Okay.
Do you remember that period, or maybe that wasn't on the radar?
Oh yeah, I think I do recall that.
Okay, so my mother brought that back to mind because, of course, she lived through all that, right? I was too young to really know anything about it, but she brought that back to mind to me, and that kind of it reinforced my thinking that this really is a shift. I think we're going to see people going back into picking up where they may have lost ground and start to build back, but more so just people in the body. So I just want to encourage everyone. It does feel a little unstable under our feet, but that's only just because this is not something we're used to.
Exactly.
So we're seeing this for the first time.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a transition, and usually,
it's a transition.
I mean, we're creatures of habit, and sometimes we're afraid of change, and that's where the anxiety comes in at, right? But hey, we're gonna have to exercise faith. That's what faith is.
It is. And wouldn't it be good for our people to be able to get those, even if we just started with land leases and get those farms? They would break those up into 4 quarters, the families.
Yeah.
The families would work those quarters. Every member of the family would work their quarter. That's how they maintained that land and bought the land back.
Okay.
So, wouldn't it be good if Judah could do something similar?
Well, sister, we're going to have those discussions. Just hold tight.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. We're going to have those discussions.
All right. You all have a good night.
All right.
Thank you. Shalom.
Shalom. Hey, we're going to have to do us a nice community in different parts of the earth, depending on where the largest populations of our churches are. We're going to need to make sure that we could feed our people. We're going to have to make sure that we can house our people. And we're going to need schools for our children. All right? And I've been hesitating for a while with it, but yeah, it has to happen. We got to do it. Tali has a question.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Is it me or these phones aren't acting right?
It's like there's a delay between the phone and the screen. Me anyway. In any case, I wanted to. I called the show before. My name is Lawya. And you asked
all right, it's just something ain't happened. Something ain't working right here. It seemed like every call there's some like disturbance. Do you have me playing in the background?
Yeah, it keeps so.
No, sister, let me place you on hold. Something's going on here. Hold on, let me call you back. Hold on. I think they're messing with Blog Talk is a mess. Hold on. I'm gonna call in through another source here.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Let's see.
Unmuted.
This is horrible. Oh, that's why.
Muted.
All right, let me try it again now.
Hello?
Yes. How are you?
Unmuted.
Yes, how are you?
Yes, sir. How you doing? Hey, my name is Marcus. I'm out of Kansas.
Yes, talk to me, Marcus. Is this thing going haywire or what? Stick with this, folks. Let me unmute things, Ramar. We have 10 minutes before this concludes, so let me try to get everyone I can in here. Hey, Ramar, I'll handle it, okay? I think I'm better now.
Okay, I was trying to find you in the new caller.
Yeah, I got it. I'm good now. Thank you. All right, Corey has a question. I'll go down the line. Yes, Corey.
It's Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. Talk to me. Bless you.
Yes, sir. We've spoken before. I'm the blind guy from Huntsville.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I sent some correspondence trying to update my email with the church.
Okay.
Because the email that I provided when I got baptized, I no longer have access to it. Since my eyes got worse, I haven't been able to log in and all that type of jazz. So I have a new email, and I was wondering how I could update that with you guys.
Okay, just I'm going to put your phone number down, Corey, and we'll call you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, 1 second. Let me write it down. How you doing? It's good to hear from you.
Yes, sir. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. 1 second. I'll write this down, and I'll make sure we call you tomorrow. And you can be reached at this phone number, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And one more thing, I wanted to thank you guys for putting out that book, The 1 Minute Cure by Madison Cavanaugh.
Yeah.
It's actually helped some people in my family and some others as a byproduct. So I really appreciate it.
The 1 Minute Cure. It's a godsend, literally. The 1 Minute Cure. And I'm going to be sending a few of those out during the academy. So thank you, my brother. I'll reach out to you tomorrow, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, bless
Shalom.
you. Shalom. Sister Barbara has a question.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, how you doing, Barbara? You driving?
Oh, no, I'm sitting in the passenger seat. My husband's driving. So I am currently in Houston, Texas, and I am trying to find the church that I can so me and my husband can get baptized. And I've been sending emails, trying to reach out through Instagram and all, just to try to find the church so I can get somewhere. And I haven't been able to find the church. So if there's a way that you guys can point us in the right direction, I'll be glad and appreciative of it.
Okay, you're in Houston, right?
Yes, I'm in Houston, Texas.
Okay, let me see. Your name is Barbara. So you and your husband want to join the Houston church?
Yes. We were in Chicago with my mom. My mom is a member of the church, Sister Helen Gaines. My aunt, who just recently got married to someone inside the church, I'll go to the Chicago, go to the Chicago Bay Chapel. So we're just trying to find a place here in Houston to finish the ministry that we already started.
Okay, well that's fine. I just gave Elder Rawchaa your number. He'll call you, all right?
Okay, thank you so very much.
All right. I just texted him his number. He just responded. He'll call you in no time.
Okay, thank you so much. Shalom.
Shalom. I think Rawchaa sent me something. This is who? This is Shannon Sharp. What about him?
Okay. In the breadwinner in a relationship?
I'm not the breadwinner in a relationship. You mean any man I'm with?
Yeah.
I'm not the breadwinner in a relationship.
But would you be okay if you were?
I'm not. There's no man I know from you or he got a regular job. He work at a warehouse. He is the head of the household. He is the breadwinner. I will chip in as he see fit because he's the head. Now, this is the way I was raised. A lot of women not going to agree.
That's a good woman. You know what? I'm going to have to review that. Okay. Thank you, Rawchaa. I'm going to have to review that this Friday. We're going to have a conversation this Friday. And the conversation we're going to have this Friday is, matter of fact, let me show y'all. Not an argument or a debate, just an open conversation. What is it that women, let me put it this way. What is it that if women could tell men, if women can tell men anything to make them understand something that they feel men don't? What is it that women think that men should understand? Right? Why can't we meet? Why isn't there a consensus to actually agree with one another? If there's something men are missing that women are saying, have been talking about, yet men have been ignoring. And then we're going to go the other way around. If men can speak candidly, this is what sisters is missing. Okay? A man is telling a woman, I wish y'all would understand this and take it in. And we're going to do that from either side. What is it that women are missing when it comes to men and vice versa? I'm going to have that conversation, which will lead into a lesson we're going to do in the academy, because I need some conversation pieces to use as a content in the academy with men and women. So just an open conversation. Sisters, if you can have a conversation on what men just don't understand when it comes to you, that y'all been trying to say for years, but it seems like men aren't getting it. What is that? So that men can just listen. And then we're going to do it the other way around. So that women, sisters, can just listen. And see if there's some place that we can come to a consensus. We're going to do that this Friday on Patreon. That's going to be it's going to be some fun. It's going to be nice. It's just a conversation. No pointing the fingers, no blaming, just an open dialogue. And I'm going to use a different stream platform where we can have more people on the page at the same time talking to one another. So probably use StreamYard or something like that. But we're going to have that conversation Friday. I think I think it will create a whole new dynamic with the ministry to have these open conversations. So, all right. What is it we don't understand about each other? Why aren't we hearing one another? It's going to be good. Right? 720 area code.
Elder Rawchaa?
That's me. How you doing, Gloria?
Okay. Hey, I missed this too, but it's like, okay, I got part of it. Our praises to the Most High, man of God. How are you?
I'm blessed by the best. Every time I hear that word, every time I see that name, Gloria, that song come to my mind. I know you thought you had it going on when that song came out, boy. Every time you heard that song, you like, I know he's singing that about me.
I'm sitting here and I'm thinking before he can even see this, like, maybe he can see this song.
But go on. Go on. Speaking to your phone, but I can't hear you clearly. But go on.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, as I looked at the topic right before you closed out the lesson, Revelations is here. There was just no way I could not put my fingers to the phone and just dial in, because we are so in the prophecy right now of what is so important to our entire existence. It's all about this, and I'm excited. Trying to be patient and be contained and be very careful to be encouraging to people, because there are a lot of situations that are coming forth. And I think what I'm finding that is really, really important that I want to encourage people to do, Elder, is continue in your prayer life, but it is not about to just pray. We got to listen, we got to hear. And then we got to move. Because everything about where we are right now, God is he's moving in such a mighty way that...
Hey, sister, your phone is breaking. Sister, your phone is breaking up. If you keep breaking up, I'm going to have to go to the call, because we only got 30 seconds before the line closes. Your phone is breaking up.
Be blessed to everyone and be encouraged.
Thank you, ma'am. Bless you. Bless you. No. Okay, I thought it was my phone at first, but now I see, because there are clear lines, so it's the phone. I think people are using Bluetooth. I don't know if Bluetooth is working good on this or not, right? Right? And we're gonna I'm gonna write this down. What is the greatest value? What is the greatest value a woman can give a man? That just came to me. And we're going to ask that question from the other side. What is the greatest value a man can give a woman? And I think women are going to be shocked to hear what a man's answer is. I think the women are going to be shocked. It can't be just cooking and cleaning and just taking care of man, because, I mean, I can cook, right? I can If I need to, I can clean my own, right? Even though it's good to have somebody to help me to do it. It's great to have that. So if it's not the other things that normal relationships usually get, what does a man value above all when it comes to a woman? And we're going to talk about that, and vice versa. Because I believe that's a good starting point. Because I believe that women believe that men, that the physical act of a union is all that men really want. Or at least this generation believes that. It's going to be a good conversation Friday. It's going to be a good one. And I'm going to have enough information out of that one to parlay into, to have clips for the academy lesson, the conversation between man and woman. All right. Someone says complete submission. Well, you have to quantify what that is. Because I don't believe that's the greatest value a woman can give a man. Submission comes with it. A man that has a purpose and is doing what he's supposed to do, right? I mean, he shouldn't have no issues with submissiveness. Well, he shouldn't. But what I'm hearing right now, and even people who do everything, provide, take care of things, a woman don't have to worry about nothing. And I'm talking about rich men out there, men in the world that have everything. They still having the same struggle as a poor guy would who can't provide as much. So there must be something else going on. So I'll talk about that Friday. Cedric, how are you?
Blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya.
All right.
Blessings and honors to the elder.
Bless you.
I'm from the San Antonio body. Can you hear me clear?
I can hear you, but I don't know. It seems like every other call it comes in where it's like some disruption. Do you have Bluetooth or no?
No, so I'm directly on my phone. It's raining here, so that's probably interfering with my phone as well.
Oh, it could be Blog Talk. Blog Talk is on its last leg. I mean, so it could be Blog Talk, but I'll try to make it out. Talk to me.
Okay. Real quick, I'm not going to take up too much of your time. On the Trump signings with these nonprofits, right?
Yeah.
They're focusing on a lot of the surface ones, right? But I've been looking at these documentaries and stuff on it. There's one that I've not heard mentioned.
What's that?
501c3.
Yep.
Now, those are nonprofits, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah, 501c3 are nonprofits. That's true.
Exactly. So
see, but what?
Big, like most I said.
See, but what he's going to do is he's going to cut off some of these grants because they're not religious based. They're community based, but they're really siphoning into non-community scenarios such as LGBTQ that has nothing to do with our community as a whole. So he's going back. He's trying to go back to the simple nonprofits that serviced the communities without all this activism stuff included. Right?
Okay.
Right? Because nonprofits was once religious and community based that served our community. Recreation centers, after school programs and things like that. But when Obama came in, he seen all that money sitting there. He turned into an LGBTQ thing. And now the money is being used for activism and all this other stuff, gender studies and all this other stuff in our programs that's counter family, that's contrary to family, contrary to the belief in God. So that's why he want to cut out the nonprofits going there, because they're not serving the community. Okay, they're actually using the finances to war against those who believe in the Bible, to war against nuclear family. So that's what he's trying to do. He's seeking to say, you know what? All this because people are just creating nonprofits just to create them. but yet the community is being ran in the ground. So where's the money going to? It's not helping the community. So what he said, he was talking about just placing a magnifying glass on the programs to see whether or not it's serving these activists and or the community. Right?
Oh, okay.
So that's what, but I mean, we, like the church, we don't do 501c3.
Exactly.
See?
I know who do it.
Yeah, not to say it's right or wrong. It's a nonprofit. But the whole deal is there's too many, I would say, when it comes to 501c3, the obligation is more so to the current liberal laws instead of the freedoms that we must have in our core beliefs. So there are other statuses out there. The original statuses are out there before 501c3, but they don't want to tell the world about that because why? Under 501c3, you have to go along with whatever the laws put on the books. And if you don't do this, they can take your nonprofit status. So you must push even if you don't push LGBTQ, you can't speak against it under 501c3. They'll take your status if you do that. Right? So So I think he's going to be cutting a lot of these programs where they're siphoning money through these nonprofits under the guise of 501c3. There's billions of dollars that go to our inner cities, and I'm talking about in nonprofits to help our community. And we don't see where that money's going to. You got these other people, these Arabs and others that are coming to our community under minority. They'll apply for these minority contracts and get all this nonprofit money, and they'll use that money to set up their stands, their vendors, have their other families come over and set up businesses and all that under the guise of nonprofit. And they'll do that by setting up a mosque in our community. But yet all of that nonprofit money that goes to that mosque, they're using that to set up businesses. So that's what they're going against they're trying to stop all that.
Good. Okay.
Right? Now,
thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Now, another thing is our people need to stand up and say, well, no, because they need our people to actually be a part of their nonprofits to get money. Our people need to stand up and tell these Arabs, these East Indians, these Asians and all that, well, nah, you can't come in and set up a nonprofit using our people. Okay? Anything you do, we must be in charge of. Okay? It doesn't matter. We must be in charge of it. You're using our community to get money, we must be in charge of it. Now, once our people begin to stand up and do that, then at that point, I think our people are going to actually realize what we've been up against.
All right. I will not be mocked. Yes, sir. Yes,
all right.
Sir.
My brother.
All right. Kind, thank you so much. Blessings to you.
You know, bless you. And someone said, sound like they stealing. Yeah, they stealing. They're using us as the front. But they'll come and get the nonprofit 501c3 money, act like they're doing a few things, put some checkered boards out there so you can play checkers for a little bit. And they're getting all this money, and they call playing checkers an after-school program. Right? They pay $4 for a checkered board or a chessboard. They're getting all this money in the communities, and now they're sitting back for their people at home to set up businesses right up under us. Royalty has a question.
Hello.
How you doing, Royalty?
Hello. I'm doing fine. I'm going to ask, when are you going to be on Patreon again to discuss? I called in the other day about knowing that my spouse had taken the vaccine.
Yeah, I was waiting for you Friday.
When I realized that it was too late.
Okay, I'll be on Patreon around 1 p.m. Friday, Eastern.
Okay, 1 p.m. Eastern.
All right.
The other comment I wanted to make, I am a teacher who teaches students who speak other languages.
Good.
And through some of the conferences and things that I have gone to, it's very, very eye-opening to see how the country places the emphasis on ensuring that these students coming over, that they keep their language, that they keep their culture, and just me being an African American, listening and sitting on these conferences is just amazing to know how we were handled when we were brought over here, and to see just all of the red carpet that they're given.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget, the synagogue of Satan are incentivizing them to come over here and be buffers and to take what really our people built. That's their whole thing is to have people come over to undermine the tribe of Judah here. And you know what? I don't blame a lot of these people who come over. They just trying to, work and do what they need to do for their family. But it's Amalek that's showing them all the money they can get access to undermine us.
Right. I've heard a lot of the horrific stories and journeys that they've gone through to get here, to leave, horrible situations in their countries.
Yeah, I can understand that. And I sympathize with that. But no one is doing anything about the horrible situations that we are experiencing here. Our people are going through horrible situations already. Right? So all due respect, not to sympathize, because, Jacob, they're coming against us everywhere. But I would think that they would want to address the people that are suffering right here first. What about you?
Yes. Even with money given for programs, they get, it's just amazing all the monies and programs that they have available to them. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, we have our own students who are here who could benefit, from these services as well.
Sister, let me tell you, and that's a great point. There was so much recreation when I was coming up. I'm talking about talent shows. There was sisters had home economics, and you used to see sisters walking with the books on their head so they can keep their postures together. And their posture. I mean, there were decorum classes and etiquette classes for sisters. After school programs, basketball, POW, sports. We had the chess club where you can go to the church up the street and then you can be there, putting together model cars and model planes and doing puzzles. And I mean, I'm talking about, this was before daycare centers. Okay. There was really no need for daycare centers because the block would watch one another. You can have somebody next door that's watching the kids, right? And the mother would stay home, the father would work, and there was so many after school extracurricular programs. I mean, we would have talent shows. We go get trophies and we would challenge each other. We would have dance offs and all that. It was, man. Now, look, you talking about billions of dollars going into our community for the children, and our children aren't seeing none of it. And they haven't put two and two together. Obama's came in here. He come from someplace else. No telling where he comes from. He comes out of nowhere. And now they take all the money that would usually help our people in Chicago and all these others and siphon it into the LGBTQIA, whatever you want to call it, whatever letters you want, community. And now look at it. Our people don't have nothing to do. Our children have nothing to do but mischief after school now. So, and this is why I see why Trump is dismantling education. No one is reading or learning in school anyway. That's not education. But I digress.
My son is in the 3rd grade, and he started pre-K during COVID, so his pre-K experience was online. He has not had a textbook since he has been in school.
Who, your son?
Yes.
So what you gonna do about that?
And I'm an educator, so I give him, he gets whatever he needs. But the other kids, it's like, it's so depressing. Like I went to a PTA meeting and I'm talking to a parent and I'm saying, how do you feel about your child bringing home, a black and white worksheet, about science? And the world is not in black and white. And the parent was like, well, I just give my child colors to color it. I was like, you know what, I'm done. Like, why am I here? These parents are not on the same page as I am. And then the next topic of the PTA was about a Princess and the Frog dance. I'm like, I'm here trying to fight for the children to get actual things that they need to learn to advance activities and things like this. And y'all are in PTA talking about Princess and Frog dance.
Now listen, it's over.
It's like, it's very frustrating for me. My mom was an educator, so I grew up in education.
Yeah.
I went to school to be an educator, and the whole education system has just done a complete 360. They're hiring people who are not professionals to teach. So it's like you're getting what you pay for.
I don't know if he was in the academy, but Chapat came with a story. Like in New Jersey, the teachers don't even have to know how to read and write to become teachers. It's like, so what are you there for? So it's over.
I was just gonna say, in where I am, teachers don't even have to be working on certification in order to teach. And the bad part about it, you're not supposed to talk about salary, but I'm pretty sure that they might be making as much as I'm making with a master's degree and 15 years experience.
Well, sister, we're going to talk about our own school, so just hold tight. All right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, sister. Bless you.
Thank you.
It's time for us to stand up. It's time for us to bring it. I've been holding back for a while, but we need our own schools. Kayem? Shalom, sir.
Elder.
Bless you, sir.
Yes, sir. Shalom. All praise to the Most High. Higher. Yes, sir. Great lesson, Elder. And I remember during the cough, I remember a lot of things that you were saying that are coming right before us. So, and even to the standpoint, because I work in a building where there's a lot of shopping and things goes on. They're trying to change the whole building into self-checkout. I remember you saying that, saying they're gonna take the jobs away from people, and this is what they actually gonna do. Is one store I went to. When I was doing, because they had their yearly auditing, and they had nothing but self-checkouts in that store, and this is where we're headed. And I see like a lot of people that come in, their mindset and their thought processes are, it seems like a lot of people are doing things in bad spirits. I look at it like this, Elder, like, they distract us with the wars and the sickness and all these different type of things, and then they legalize narcotics and and people vaping and all these smoke shops that appeared out of nowhere, and so it's like while all these things is going on, they want everybody to be not sober minded. So it's like this is the
they want everyone to be on some type of drug. And the reason why is so that people can live in delusion and not deal with the reality of what America has become. So they rather incentivize you being high and out of it. That's one less person they have to contend against when it's time. Yeah, they rather push drugs on people. You're right. Here we go.
Yes, sir. And that's the thing is like, so once they come out of their coma, like you always say, the reality gonna sink in. And Revelations 11 and 18. That's I remember Elder Lawya reading that scripture, and it was very impactful. And it stated that and the nations were angry, and their wrath is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that thou shalt give reward unto the servants, the prophets, and the saints, and them that fear the name, small and great, and shoulders destroy them which destroy the earth. And that's what is going to happen, elders. Like, they're going to wake out of their coma and realize that all the things that they did, all the things that was done to them, they're going to be angry. And I remember you speaking on that. So, you know, I mean, this is what is right before us. And, you know, and that's why all these lessons, I was listening to a lesson the other day, Elder, and I know you was explaining that a lot of times we want to blame people for what we're going through, but we don't realize the Most High is the one that allows us to go through this. So it's not that individual person. It's something that we have to go through because this is a part of what he wants us to go through and for us to see, to get an understanding, to humble ourselves, to be, to understand that when we go in front of people, that, you know what I mean, remember what we done and what we did, and be able to be understanding of them because we was once them. So I just thank you, sir, and all praises and double honor to all the leadership.
Thank you, brother. Great points. And you have a great night. Shalom, my brother.
Yes,
I'll see you Friday.
Shalom. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Last call for this evening. And I thank you again, all you elders, all you who support the work, you brothers and sisters. Don't forget, we have a new academy beginning in a few weeks. February 16th, go to historytimes.org to enroll. historytimes.org. If you would like to support the work on Cash App, go to $GOCC report. That's GOCC report. Or go to gatheringofchrist.org. Hit donate, and I'm sure one of those options there to help support the work you'll have so that the ministry can go forth. When this doctrine is taught throughout the four corners of the earth, the Bible says the end shall come. Go to gatheringofchrist.org, historytimes.org. All right. Last call for this evening, 918.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Elder?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ohio. Your name?
My name is Marcus. I'm from Kansas. Now I'm living over here in Oklahoma, and I am honored to be in this call this evening.
Thank you. I'm honored to speak with you. The floor is yours.
Now I'd like to say I'm speaking on the issue with women and men within Israel. I have something to say. Throughout this call, I've written this down throughout this call while you've been talking.
Okay.
I'm a bit nervous. I'm excited. And by the way, I like to say I've met Elder Lawya in public one time. I'm a former truck driver. I was truck driving through Philadelphia. I was at the mall, and it had to be God because the store I was looking to go into had closed for a matter of 5 minutes. I sat outside the store for 5 minutes, and look who walked by was Elder Lawya. And he gave me his phone number, but I had lost it. It's a real shame how that happened.
Hey,
but,
that's
it was a blessing to me. I want to say that our culture has divided our good women from good men. This is, by the way, that our women are loyal to the culture of our people, even if it is a culture that honors wicked men instead of righteous men. When time has passed, our wicked men have fallen due to their ways, and the righteous men have moved on. Ultimately, the prime of a woman in her youth is what is held in the most highest regard by men, and that is the highlight of her life. If we lose that as men, if we don't get that from her, then what greatness from her is left for us? Because that's truly what matters the most to us. The greatest value of woman is her youth and her virginity. Everything else pales in comparison. The greatest hope for our women right now, I believe, is to do nothing, which truly has been the answer for Israel across gender lines. When women do nothing, God and man have space to work on her behalf. If she is unable to do that, maybe due to scorn from the men, then that is an obvious symptom of a woman who has lost her youth and virginity. Similar to a man who might lack faith, he or she is useless to men and the Almighty.
Well, I tell you what, that's a good place to start this Friday. I hope you call in, but you hit it right on. Very rare do I hear when men ask women, well, what is your value to a man, to a man's life and legacy, you rarely hear at any time a woman would say, my chastity. The fact that I can give a man, something that I've never given another man.
And I like to say this.
I'm saying it doesn't listen, and it doesn't make a woman less than, right? I'm just saying that is the greatest value that we need to get back to. Teaching our daughters that the greatest value she can give a man is to have that man be her husband, her first husband, and they stay together to build a legacy for the rest of their lives, right? That's why the Bible talks about keeping a young woman chaste. And this world have made it where they try to train young girls to actually give themselves away before they understand the power the Most High have given them through their body. The power is a virtue through chastity.
And Elder, may I, with my 1 minute of fame, please, may I speak what I really wanted to say, if I may. All I'm looking to say is that as the sons of Israel, in times past we have stood against our enemies, and even in the face of adversity, we have done great works to reestablish ourselves, even far from Zion. I'm hoping that with the time that we have left here in America, maybe we can have an Israelite delegation to Congress. Maybe we can have a basic committee of Israelites nationwide, an alliance where we can come together. We know who we are. We know the laws and commandments we fall under, and we know who our Savior is. Is there a way that we can come together? Can we have an Israelite version of the ADL? And as it stands today, I'm a scholar. I'm working right now to write down and track Hebrew history after the fall of Israel. I'm working on creating a book of annals to establish ourselves so we know what has happened to us and how we got here and the great things that we have done in these last couple of thousand years. But I truly believe it is important that we come together, camp by camp, church by church, at least to have some type of foundation and place of rest for our people here in America. We can truly come together, even in the weakest of terms, to say, hey, we can at least establish, do this for our people or that for our people, or have a delegation to Congress to try to speak on our behalf. We've done it in the past. Why not do it now?
Well, brother,
I'm not the man to do it. I'm not the man to do it, but it can be done, and it should be done. It needs to be done.
Brother,
we need to speak.
Can I speak?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not shunning that. What I'm saying is, I know you mean well, right? I was presented with something like that, in 2001? Someone presented that to me, right? It was called an Israelite Alliance, and the guy talked about it, and he laid it out almost exactly how you just did. Let me ask you this. How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay. Let me have your name.
My name is Marcus. I am in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I really don't like being online.
No. I'm just asking. Listen, I'm just asking you your name. Your name is Marcus.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me tell you something, young man. You mean well. But I don't think you know what you're up against. I wouldn't have any problem with it. But the men you talking about aligning together with, you don't know these men. I do. And I'm going to tell you this. Pride won't allow that to happen, because I wouldn't care. As long as we have a mutual understanding of what we can...
Elder,
brother, I need you to listen.
Yes, sir.
Listen, scholar. I wouldn't mind doing that, because as long as our people are getting fed and they're receiving what the Most High have them receive, I would be open to anything that would have us come together for that conversation. But there'll be more time.
Elder, I want to say,
brother, you're young. Because the Bible says, you notice when you speak, I don't say anything. The Bible says don't interrupt the man in his speech. Now, I'll be quiet. No, go ahead. I'll let you go.
All I want to say is that even during the time of Josephus, before the fall of Jerusalem, we had 4 different sects. We had the Pharisees, we had the Sadducees, we had another sect, and then we had the Zealots. And even then, during this time, we couldn't get ourselves together for a fight. We were too busy debating and arguing amongst each other. And truly, if we could have come together on better terms, even in that time, maybe there might have been a chance we could put up a better fight. Maybe if we were more unified. We know that the men of Israel who fought in that war were rebels, were pretty much were a makeshift force. We didn't have a standing army at that time, but maybe we could have, even under Roman rule. What I'm saying is that, not to say that we are trying to be zealous of today, but by the fact that even we today, with all the technology and money that we have and influence here in America, we can surely put ourselves together. And even those of other camps who might be very prideful in their actions.
Let me tell you this.
Surely they cannot say that Israel is not a nation made up of people who have come together.
Listen to me,
and
young
surely
man.
They cannot say that their camp is more important than the rest of our nation.
Brother, no one is saying about any camp being more important. You're getting something. I didn't say any of that. I don't think you're listening. You say you're 26 years old. What year were you born?
98.
98. So you were 3 years old when someone came to me about this. Listen to what I'm telling you. And I'm not, because I know you mean well. Brother, the people you talking about coming together were together. And what you don't understand is the people that you think you know, you don't know them once they come together for things like that. I know them. So what I'm saying is, you can go talk to them. I know them. So this is another thing you have to understand. The Pharisees, scribes, and Sadducees, young scholar, that you say you're a scholar, I'm going to take you at your word. The Pharisees, scribes. A matter of fact, you got your Bible on you?
Yes, sir. I have my 1611.
Grab your Bible.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, go to Matthew, the 3rd chapter. Let me know when you're there.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right. I need you to go down to the 3rd verse. Go down to the 5th verse.
I'm here.
Read it.
Then went out to him Jerusalem and all Judea and all the region round about Jordan.
Go ahead.
And were baptized of him in Jordan, confessing their sins. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees come to his baptism, he said unto them, O generation of vipers, who hath warned you to flee from the wrath to come?
Okay, let's stop here. John was the son of Zechariah, young scholar, a priest. He called the Pharisees and Sadducees what? Vipers. Right?
Yes, sir.
Who have warned you to flee from the wrath to come? Why didn't John set up an alliance of Israelites with the Pharisees and Sadducees?
I'm not sure.
Because you can't cast your pearl before a swine, young scholar, lest you be rent under feet. You're not old enough to know who these men are. If they don't accept the baptism of Christ, and if you don't know these men and I do, if they reject the baptism of Christ, they can only destroy from the inside. Two cannot walk together lest they be agreed, young scholar. So while you mean well, you don't realize the men you trying to get together. Because just like John the Baptist, some of these men will have your head on a plate. So what you need to do is be at that same place where these Pharisees and Sadducees were when they seen the baptism and had an opportunity to go into the water. Once they agree to confess their sins and go into the water, on the other side is the alliance. Christ's alliance. There is no delegation that we can put together to go before Congress together because they're not together. You got to be under Christ first. And even if we're under Christ, Christ has a government separate from any delegation we can bring the vipers you call Congress. So you mean well, but guess what? You will exhaust yourself to the point of frustration. And once you do that, young man, don't get mad at me because I told you that your particular, and I've told many people before, your particular outlook on what you want to do is futile. Because if anyone could have brought everyone together, Pharisees, scribes, and everyone, it would have been Christ. And you know what the Pharisees and scribes, you know what they did to Christ? They crucified him.
Well, Elder, I have much revere for you, much respect for you, and just from what you said, I will take it as that, and I'll let it rest.
And I just listen. I'm gonna tell you something else. I'm gonna give you something else. 2001, a guy came to me with what you talked about. I told him the same thing, right? And he said he's going to set off to do it anyway. Do it anyway. He's nowhere to be seen. Another guy came and learned under the church and said, man, IUIC be saying things and these other guys be saying things. Why can't we all just get, it'd be better if we all get together. Right? And he took, it was a whole website of the Gathering of Christ Church. You know what this guy did? He copied the Gathering of Christ Church website and he renamed it Israelite Alliance or Israelite Unite. And he's nowhere to be seen now. Nowhere to be seen. And I told him, I said, listen, don't get mad at me. Don't get frustrated at me when this thing, this endeavor that you're thinking about doesn't come into fruition. Because I'm open to unite with our people. But I told the brother, you don't know what you're trying to unite. You have no idea. There are prerequisites to know who you can actually work with. And Christ set that standard with John when he had that water there and said, you must repent and accept the baptism just like everyone else who have sinned and who will be received with Christ's covenant. And that's the prerequisite. The alliance is them baptizing and humbling themselves to Christ's baptism. Right? Now, another thing. The transfiguration, young scholar. When Peter and the disciples were shown the transfiguration before Christ's death, before he had to go to Jerusalem, it was shown Moses, Elijah, and Christ. All three of them there. Revered men that were respected by every faction of Israel, be it Pharisee, scribe, or even those who believed in Christ. And the disciples, young scholar, said, hey, this is great. Why don't we build 3 tabernacles so we can unite Israel? Because some people don't believe in Christ. Some people only believe in Moses. And some people just revere Elijah. But if we bring all of these leaders together, then there won't be no disparity because at least everyone will have a part and believe God above all prophets. And the Most High voice came down and said, listen, there will be no tabernacle but for my son. Okay? This is my son in whom I'm well pleased. Not Moses, not Elijah. So if they don't believe in my son, why should I break it up where they can believe on anything they want just because they're Israel when they're really divided? So young scholar, you mean well, but don't waste your time. I was a young scholar your age also, but I understood there was things I didn't know. Learn, young man.
Elder, I've been watching you for years now. Truly, I've not belonged to any of your churches throughout the land. There was one in Kansas City. I used to live there, but I did not attend. But I've been watching you for years now, and I just want to say that I am thankful that men like you exist, that men, that the people in your church exist, and that I am here being one of these people. I'm glad to be part of Israel. It's a blessing. It's been a hard life, but it's been a blessing. At least I can say that for me, and I hope everyone that is born like me feels the same. But thank you, sir. I will rest my case on this matter.
Well, brother, listen.
The answers I've been given.
Brother, I feel you do in your heart that you believe the Most High is guiding you to do. I'm just trying to give you a shortcut. Okay? I mean, if you need to chronologize things and make an annal and all those things, I don't see anything wrong with that personally doing that. I think it's a valiant effort. But
absolutely. And
yeah,
because there's so much, I just want to say on that matter, there's so much that we have done in the last 2,000 years that really has been whitewashed, erased, and truly forgotten about, that have been great efforts by our people to come together and do great things outside of the land of Israel. Even outside of our homeland, we have done amazing works and truly have been famous upon the earth, with our fame being taken from us by people who may not be us but pretend to be. I'll let that rest. But with all truth being said, we still have a lot to say and a lot to bring forth in a book of history about what we have done, because there is so much.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
much.
That's
and I truly want to find out everything that we have done, because we are a great people, and we didn't stop being great just because we lost Jerusalem.
Let me tell you this.
Continue to be great to this day.
I'm going to tell you this, young man. The prophets already put the annals together for us. But do what you do. All right? Just come on through and let's finish this, all right?
Do you have any congregation in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
If I don't, I'm gonna take down your number. Your name is Marcus, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, Marcus, I'm gonna call you, and I'll see what we can do.
If you call me, this is all I do. All I do is read.
Well, brother, I'm gonna call you. You got my word. All right?
Yes, sir.
And please don't go on your futile. I would say your futile mission outside of Christ's mission in you.
I'll let it rest. It was just an idea. I would always.
Hey, brother, I want.
Church first
listen,
before I reach down
brother,
to
listen. I want what you want. But if Christ couldn't gather the Pharisees and scribes together, who are we?
Nobody.
We can only present them with what? The path. And then we are aligned on the other side of the water. All right? Thank you. Hey, brother, I like your passion, though. Hey, I was there where you are, brother, so I respect where you are. Just never give up that fire. Never give up that fire in your belly to unite Israel. It's something great. Bless you. All right. Thank you, Elder. Oh, some great conversations tonight. Yeah, we are in Revelations, aren't we? Elder Lawya, how you doing, Elder?
Yes, sir. I'm good.
You see where the young man is, right? You see where he is right now, right?
I see.
I understood. I was like him.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
I'll tell you that. Next thing you know, I had a bunch of guys running around in red, surrounding me.
Right.
I thought I could unite something around, and I got cats look like they come out of look like they come out of a Charlene movie, and they surrounded me in all red and white.
Right.
I'm like, hey, is this love? Hey, but I know where he's coming from. You know, I thought, you know how it is. Them Bruce Lee movies, they all come around you and surround you. I'm like, Lord, what? I mean, do I gotta back up off them? What I gotta do? I gotta figure out who's around me. I think I gotta get the. I think I'm gonna deal with that tall one first. But anyway, I love his desire and passion, though. That's the spirit of Israel in him, right? But,
absolutely.
But yeah, this has been an interesting conversation, and yes, I'll tell you what, this guy right here, he been signing executive orders since last week. I don't think he been asleep yet. But it's going to be an interesting year. What you think, Elder Lawyer?
I believe so. As the Bible says, we're going to keep our eyes peeled, watch and pray. And I think we're in for a very insightful, very eventful year. So let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Oh, yeah, the Passover in Florida. We got Purim coming up. We're just going to keep doing the Lord's work and help our people. We're going to stand in faith and help Israel navigate through Jacob's trouble. Right? Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. You know we love you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Zion. Have a great, blessed evening. We're going to have a good conversation this Friday on Patreon. Let's talk. Let's reason together, men and women of the Almighty, this Friday. Have a good night. Thank you, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Shalom.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. Who we be? Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering is Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and fed. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. Our highest gathering is right here. The Negroes, Benjamin the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Our highest gathering is